Alright. Cool as the song is, that's quite enough of that. Because we have an investigation that we have to do. That we were in the middle of yesterday, but apparently having the world's biggest hangover after the biggest 3-day bender means our cop can barely remember how to be a cop, let alone that he was a cop. As far as I'm concerned, this isn't Super Cop Harry whatever his name was. This is Raphael. Was it Ambrosia? Cousteau? But regardless, left off yesterday, finally getting some ammonia to help us with the puking, and ended up just puking so much harder than that. So, end of day brief is when? 2200? That's a while from now. I should hope we could at least get the body down and examine it by 2200. Pissing competition. After the initial inspection of the dead body. It's like mid-afternoon now. Yeah, it's 3:20. And we still haven't done the initial investigation of the body. Equip and complete volumetric sheet compressor thoughts. Okay. That should give us the ability to suppress our vomiting urges. Paying for damages. I'm not sure what we're going to do, because every time we find some real, it's only pennies at a time. Ask around for money and be careful with your spending. There's also the badge. There is a police coat hanging on the rails above us that might have it. You know, it's kind of funny, right? The way this character was built to like go all in for psych and be super weak physically, it's kind of fitting for my interpretation of this character so far. What's this question mark? Oh, that's my tutorial. Okay. Anywho, I have got to internalize some stuff before we can proceed with the actual investigation part. Volumetric sheet compressor is only going to take us 30 minutes. And doesn't have any downsides. Like if I want to internalize some kind of superstar, it's -2 logic, but it only takes an hour and 10 minutes. Mazovian socioeconomics, -2 to visual calculus. That takes 3 whole hours. Eesh. Also, I've only got 4 diamonds remaining that I could fill up, and there appears to be 6 more I could unlock. It's only the start of the game, and already it's got me feeling a bit more stressed for time than I probably should be. I don't know if this game was a fail state. It definitely has a you can die state, because I ended up getting a heart attack just reading an X whatever's postcard to me. Oh, I just realized I can see a skeleton. That's pretty cool. This game's got so much style. Okay, I think what I'll do. I want to internalize Mazovian socioeconomics, but I'll probably say that for sometime tonight, so the visual calculus doesn't hurt me too badly. Hey, Wither. A happy doom to you. The game has failure states. I'm worried about that, I really am. The failure states are interesting. I found death. I found death by heartbreak so far. But, like, I'm not sure if I take too much time and end up delaying getting this body down, if that's going to end up getting me a quick game over. I've gotten so invested into this guy already. I don't want to restart from the beginning. Failing isn't so sad or a failure, just another experience. I suppose that's fair. Suzerain was the same way, which is also very narrative heavy. And as far as I'm concerned in Suzerain, it's, some of the fail states are honestly the best written parts. Time passes when you do the thing. Well, that's what I'm worried about, though. I'm worried that if I spend too much time faffing about, or trying to do things to do other things, that I'm going to end up running out of time as if that's a nebulous concept. But for now, have to internalize a volumetric sheet compressor, so we can finally get this body down by mid-afternoon. Logic and visual calculus, it's only an hour, right? What's my logic currently at, stat-wise? 3. That'll bring my logic down to 1. In-game time progresses slightly when you take the body down. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. There are activities that accommodate for the time of it, but... what I was feeling from yesterday is like, oh no, it's already mid-afternoon on the first day, haven't done anything, I'm gonna fail. But I'm hoping that it's not gonna be as strict as that. Only 1 hour for some kind of superstar. Oh, I can't internalize it yet. But I got these 3 other diamonds. Alright, that's fine. Just follow magic shit compressor then. And to pass the time, it's currently 3 o'clock, which means the kitchen should be open. You can faff about for 1,000,000 years and do everything thrice before reaching the checkpoint. Really? Okay, alright. So I shouldn't have to worry. It's the gamer anxiety you see coming into a new game and seeing passage of time. I always end up overstressing the minorest things. What if I gave Gart my $2.50 to see if that holds us for a while? Dishes are drying, smell of chemicals and pine trees. What's this? An extra $1.15? Mix up for the ammonia. Aroma spices, alcohol, tomato. Talk to everyone. Do everything you want. Explore forever. Okay. Alright. That's a freezer, isn't it?
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
If it's painted blue, that means it's police property.
You feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
Touch the door. Push the door. I wonder where this door leads. It's a freezer, it's a kitchen, come on. I'll be back door, mark my words.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
I'm drawn to its cobalt blue. It's part of the whirling and rag, just something about this place that makes me want to know. Out of duty, we may find something pertinent to the investigation. Oh yeah, we did find clothes in the dumpster with decomposing material on it. And the only one keys to the dumpster is the establishment. So it could be they knew, in some capacity, or it could be that someone tossed it out in their trash, which they then took out. I want to know who. You're ordering parts for your next PC, whether exciting? Best of luck for that. I am in equal parts lazy and too anxious about expensive breakable parts, so I am quite satisfied ordering pre-built cases. I am drawn to its blue, be honest.
It is quite pretty. I suppose we could look into it as a side investigation.
Kim Kitsuragi is being drawn into our world. A mini-side investigation, no, the door's a mega investigation. The door and the main investigation will merge into a stereo investigation.
If you say so. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Touch it.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side.
Won't be cutting edge. Current build very reasonable. That's pretty fair. It's a common joke that you spend how much money and spend how much time trying to make an ultimate mega computer and then still use it for like Twitter or retro games from 10 years ago. Pushing the envelope to the max of the max of the max of graphical ability doesn't always have the best
The door
results.
does not budge.
Alright, we'll save this door for later. How about this guy?
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. It must be his name. Garancy. Garancy Kubek.
Logic
Sounds
failure.
representative.
And I haven't taken the minus 2 to logic yet. I rolled a 9 versus 10. Mr. Kubek, Gurazzi. Hello, sir. Mr. Kubek, Gurazzi. I'll just call him sir.
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Goes behind the door, got some impressive pots. He does have some impressive pots.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
Graphics card in 2015, that's not too long ago. 7 years is close enough, right?
It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
And behind the door.
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself.
You know, if it is a freezer, it wouldn't be locked during business operational hours, would it? And they have a fridge. I've worked a few kitchens, and usually a fridge that size isn't sufficient for the big volume that restaurants normally get. But if this is a small cafeteria for a given union, then it could be that a fridge is sufficient for their cold storage needs. In which case, what is behind the door then?
Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
And the cook himself doesn't know. Curious. Kim, mysteries afoot.
Can I help you?
By the way, I'm going to sing karaoke.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. Where is your saddest song on
You
tape?
wait and see, cafeteria manager. Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger, then we sing this place to shit.
Inland Empire is finally speaking my language.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
The victim's clothes, Gart. Why are the victim's clothes with advanced decomposition in your garbage?
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Maybe you don't remember because you're sleepwalking or in a fugue state. Could someone on your staff has put them there? Who else has keys? Only one with keys is the establishment itself, which could mean Sylvie, that he's been covering for, or the garbage company. Recipe Machine 2013. I hate to admit it, but yeah, that is kind of old. I got my my old gaming laptop that has since turned into a ticking time bomb around that time. It was great for 2013 to 2015, but yeah. Around that point, unless you're primarily playing Terraria or don't start together, it is kind of falling behind a bit.
Sylvie had the keys before
Sylvie.
I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my stuff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
None would tamper with the crime scene. But how many of you would produce a crime scene? Who else has keys to the trash container?
The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ergo, Gart. Ergo. We must call in Sylvie.
The elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
For the sake of completion, I must entertain all possibilities. If you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be true. Were you sleepwalking?
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Fair enough.
Yes.
That's it for the trash.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
The mysterious blue steel door in the back of the kitchen. It can't be a freezer like I initially thought. It's locked in business hours. The cook knows nothing about it. As it looks now, you can keep it sub $1,000 equivalent. That's pretty nice. For an upgrade? That's still boosted hardcore especially? That's pretty much ideal price range, isn't it?
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
A locked door in the kitchen. Do you know what's behind it?
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a freight warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Let him pretend indifference? No. Needle him. He wants to know.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
Your question is buy a new case? Current case beat up, not very practical? Or build your own? Ooh. See, I get anxious about making a computer. Breakable, expensive parts, but the possibility of making a case, that excites me. I say go for it, man. If you have to ask me, my vote is for make your case.
So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Some mysterious blue door has a key that nobody knows where it is, not even the kitchen mat. Sylvie might know. All the more reason to find Sylvie. And he refuses to cooperate in giving us Sylvie's number.
Yes?
About the money I owe, here's 3 Real 64. Cost of water cooling parts, That is one good thing about the crypto crash, apart from now being a great time to buy in, is computer part costs have been going down too. Hey, who's he? He's new.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is.
See, that's the thing with her.
Have you been up already?
You know, regardless of how everyone feels about how anyone feels about crypto, a big crash was inevitable. That's just how markets go. Price goes up. It might wobble or stay up for a while, but then it corrects hard, and then people buy back in. Regardless of whether it's a crypto or a stock market or global carbon credits or the global food system, that's just what markets do. Crypto in particular has been riding a high since like 2020 or so. It's been all-time highs, it's been remarkable highs for a prolonged period of time. This was coming. The tech is cool, just not actually useful. I gotta admit, when I first started looking into it, I was primarily focused looking like, alright, who's actually doing stuff with this technology? Who's doing what? And even back then, it was like, at absolute most, the best they had going on was, oh, you know, we're talking with banks and such. to use our technology for like banking services. Alright, fair, you know? Maybe there's some financial aspect you can do with it, but most everyone else is like, oh yeah, we're gonna like gamify systems and decentralize the internet. And we got a billion apps, but it's all variations of the same cheap gambling game, and it's like, alright. Nobody else knows what we're doing here apart from, just be honest with it. If it's just like stock markets but digital, just admit to it, that's fine. It doesn't have to be Star Trek just yet, it's not there. It probably won't be there. And we all know it's not. How long have I been up already? It's 3:33 now. Pretty long, it's drink o'clock.
Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there, not thinking about drinking all that time. It was like you weren't yourself.
I was secretly thinking about it all the time. Actually, should have been thinking about this. Drinking hasn't turned out too well for me. Now that you mentioned, I do need a rum and lemonade. I'd love for Gart to serve you up a beverage. We already owe so much for Gart. Should I be thinking about this? We kinda gotta sober up, we do.
Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade to yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter.
When has electrochemistry become my dom? Don't lick it.
What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then.
Does this give me a point of boring cop? Where's my points? That's my journal. Where's my journal? 0 points of boring cop, but even on Superstar and Sorry Cop? 1 point of moralist. How did that happen? Did I do the encounter where I am confronted about the bill? Did I do the encounter you're asking, where I bolted to the door and then spun around in midair to throw double birds and crashed into a wheelchair? Yes, and almost died. I have.
Get your drink on and your act together.
All about the money. That was an incredible tone-setting encounter, yes. What to do? To spend some time. The last time I knocked at this door, there was a sound of a shower. But that was several hours ago. They could possibly be still showering.
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance.
The thing about this game is I don't need to solve this crime. But I want to.
He doesn't like where this is going. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside.
Okay, so no investigating her then. Unless Kim?
Yes?
Can't ask him to open the door for me? Alright. But as far as I know, there's nothing upstairs for me. I can get to the end and be completely wrong about everything. There's always a possibility that I end up there. I've only got like 3 real in my pocket. It is 3:30 the first day. The body is still up. How much longer have I got for my fertilization? Halfway through? 14 minutes? Okay, 14 minutes is plenty of time. I couldn't get through Measurehead because with my degrading body, I cannot possibly outpower anybody. And I cannot outthink a racist and refuse to adopt his ideology. What if I speak to these guys? This guy's green.
Master!
Oh, scabs.
We have a right to work!
Yeah, but you're bringing everybody else down. You skip the work for a few weeks as the strike goes on. Then conditions get better, then all of you get jobs. With better pay and dental. you try to be super clever and right, and that was interesting too. But it could have been better. See, that's what I mean, like vis-a-vis Suzerain, where if your reign survives all the way to the end and gets re-elected, it's a good ending. But to get to the end, certain bad endings is actually a lot more poignant and poetic in certain ways. What's going on here then?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Yes, no. Why should I? Also, the honest workers are the non-scabs around them.
We're here to fight for a cause.
Or are these all scabs?
Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
Oh, then yes. Okay, then no. I feel like how I answer here might put me on some kind of binary pro or anti-scab choice already. Did I finish Arcane yet? I have. I have, and I'm afraid that my summation of it would have to be, it's okay. I'm not sure if I would have, like, been more deep into it if I watched it in its prime, when the rest of the internet was abuzz with it. Or maybe if I binged it, or spread it out more, who knows. But it was alright. My impression is it was alright. Maybe what I need is more time to, like, stew on it. Or have more time with the character dynamics, but from what I understand, there is a season 2 in queue. I am weird, I know. Especially given that it was the internet darling for like last year or whatever. So of course it'd just be, it was nice for the internet darling. Okay, then yes. No. Yes or no? How do I want to answer this? Am I here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down? Nah.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What kind of cause are we talking about? I don't think I've chosen any sides yet. Yeah. Just because you're talking doesn't mean I'm supporting him.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers.
Oh, sure, still workers. Cops cut. No, it's not the same.
I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the
Right to work! Right to work!
What kind of cause are we talking about
rights
here?
of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
Right. The unions.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
I do like mañana. Call me mañana. I want to get into the harbor too. What is a strike? Who are all these strike breakers? Does this mean Measurehead is representative of the union then? Because mañana's here, and then Measurehead is guarding the button. What if I break this scab? If I break the scabs, then there's no reason to keep the way to the harbor closed, right? Any tips on how to punch a guy out? Really big race theorist guarding a button. What is a strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work from other people.
But what do the strikers want?
Beats me.
Beats
They mumble
me.
nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we
Have the right to work!
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Ill-fitting composure, what are you talking about?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
New clothes? In your discrepancy? Nah, listen to the voices in my head. You're wearing new clothes?
He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
I mean, the guy's a scout leader. That's granted. Who are all the strikebreakers?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud?
Yeah?
They
I was just
follow
about to
the
say that,
rules
yeah.
Of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do.
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Alright, reaction speed. Where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Curiosity to figure out the strike mess. Routine, part of the investigation. I thought you looked real familiar for a second there. Ooh. Is that gonna throw him off his guard? Because either of these right as I read them could be good or bad, depending on how he responds. If I say it's to figure out the strike mess, it could put him on the defensive. If I say it's routine, could do the same. But if I say he looks familiar, that puts the ball in his court, doesn't it?
No, don't think we've met before. I came to help out the people.
Yeah, I got that, but I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
Bouncer? I frequent lots of bars. Maybe it's one that I know. Sweet, I know bars. Been thrown out from several. Maybe that's why you seem familiar. I don't really drink, I say, with the Al Ghul on my breath. But work has taken me to some. Which one was it? No, I frequent bars. I know the staff. Which one are you at?
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Think I've been there. Not right now. But I might have been there. Don't remember things well. No, don't say that. Never heard of it. Are you lying? I say I've been there. What if the place does exist, right? Then are you lying wouldn't work. Unless he's bluffing, then maybe it doesn't exist. In his mind. Where are my inner voices giving advice? Where's my composure? Where's my inland empire? Because if I say this right, maybe it puts more credence to me disproving him. Or maybe it gives him too much credence and supports his story. And vice versa. Which direction do I want to bluff? Yeah, I've been there, but haven't seen you.
Uh-huh. It was a long time ago.
Loses interest. Can I switch it up if I go back
What's
through
it
it?
to you? No, don't think we've met before. We're all workers, right? Worked at Territorial.
I changed my mind. I never heard of it. Are you lying?
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
Gains experience. But closes the conversation.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Hey, tough guy, I had more questions. I fluff up with my deteriorating body.
Things are busy enough. You going to waste less of my time?
Maybe. First, where's my lonesome long way home finally finished? Breakthrough imminent.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
What exactly is your goal
We were
here?
promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you were unable to breach the entrance.
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open.
Heavy
Try
ordnance to
in
get
through
to
the
work.
secretary's office.
That's a lot more than the right to
Door's
work.
locked. The guards blocking the way to the access panel.
Get into secretary's office, huh? That'd be up top then?
And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Storming in. Talk to them. Head measurer. Oh yeah, measure head. I just now realized then that it's a phrenology reference, like he has tattooed all over him.
Yeah? That giant up there, on the bridge you talked to. Head measurer. Won't let the workers by. The access panel is right behind him.
But how bad could one guy be? We didn't get through him.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke, and my men are tired and hungry. They're workers,
What
not
the fuck?
fighters. Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
Everybody here is so pleasantly racist.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
Oh, we could. Didn't something say that everyone goes to sleep around like 2122? So I could wait, then sneak in, and fall asleep in the harbor. But has he got any tips how to punch out a big race theorist?
Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure, I always say.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
But I'm old and frail. I've only got 2 points of health. Alright, I'll come back later then. I got my breakthroughs to worry about.
Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the
It's
Main
narrated
Street
now?
spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Oh, well, I tried. Bonuses? Learning capture perception raised to 5. Speed gives once speed. I could take speed for bonus now.
Volumetric shift compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Rivershoal West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit's singularity lasts.
Bonus, I no longer puke. All endurance white checks unlocked. Learning cap raised to 4. But that's white checks unlocked. That's not going to be instant success. For not puking the next time I try the body. I could puke a 3rd time in a row. Now I do have 3 more up here. Can I take some more internalization of 2 logic? Or -2 visual calculus? I can't. Any new slots to unlock first? To research the thought? But you're hollow. I could eliminate you guys. I have to unlock it? Okay. Alright. I do kind of want to. Does that cost my skill points? I got like one more level up I can do. A level up or an unlock? I'll hold off for now. Lorries, storing booze. Okay. Let's go back to the body then. Unless Manana has any advice for me to get in. Maybe you could vouch for me for Measurehead.
How can I help you?
Measurehead didn't work out. Could you help me?
Sorry. I'm busy surveying the situation. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You guys have all sorts of gadgets these days.
We do, but shining a flashlight at his face and menacingly holding a pry bar hasn't helped me.
Wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate harbor machinery. Maybe you could even knock that Kowalson crane over using some remote controls.
There was a pretty cool crane that Kim was into.
Or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right?
Kim, we have air support? Why didn't you tell me?
Because we don't. We don't have air support or any of those other things.
Now that I'm thinking about it in regards to Arcane, I suppose I might have enjoyed it more if there was more of that seedy political stuff. But so much of the series was fighting or the build up to the fighting, which, you know, that's the kind of show it is, or the kind of property it is.
I get it. Hush hush about the secret technology.
Manana gets it.
Something changes in his disposition. A merciful smile in the corner of his eye.
All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. It's low in technology, however. First, don't fight him.
Don't fight
obviously.
him.
Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically grovel. That's how I do it. You're welcome.
Do I want to grovel with supremacists though? Be subordinate to him, admit a lack of experience, and basically grovel.
Maybe that would work. We'll have to see.
There is the option to agree with his race theories, but needless to say that option is not going to be picked, even if it gets us through. But I also don't want to go in gun swinging to start a race riot or something. But first, can we get this
There
down now?
He still is, looking right through.
72% now,
With his
plus
white
6.
eyes, the body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
Plus
Permitting
6 for
it
shit
is all
compressed.
It does now.
Oh, but it's only 72% though. That's not an 18% chance of failure. I could end up spewing my guts a third time in a row. Let me quick save.
There he still is, looking.
Ah, see?
Again, the corpse laughs at you, pus dripping from its mouth. You will never be able to hold it in. It's always too much. Every time it happens, it gets worse and worse. There's nothing more to throw up now. All that's left is crying and convulsing dryly at the same time.
Failed again. Even though I got my shit compressed, just cry.
The lieutenant is clearly at a loss.
What to do now?
Officer, you just need to be stronger. Learn to keep it in long enough for us to work. There's nothing else to do.
You can open this white check again by going to your character sheet and spending a skill point to upgrade your endurance. Gain new
Yeah.
skill points by exploring
Yeah.
and completing side tasks.
I have a better idea to unlock it. And it's completely, totally free.
There he still is, looking as you breathe.
There
in,
we go.
The odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
Do they always do that?
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
And everybody else is just fine leaving it up here? Look him in the eye first.
His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors. Their dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
Oh, was that an explosion of gas that puffed out just then? It is. I hadn't noticed that animation.
Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death.
Are you sure, Empathy? Perhaps that could support my prior theory that maybe he was killed off-site and then brought here. He might have been in a moment of ecstasy upon being murdered, and then body brought over, hence the light decomposition of the clothes by the time they got to the trash. Who are you, dead man?
I'm gone.
Where have you gone? I can see you're gone, but who are you? What is happening? I hate you, you stinker are boring. Why were you feeling pleasure when you died? Who are you?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
Nothing funny about you. You are now, but who were you? Now, there's nothing funny about this.
There is nothing funny about jokes either.
Who were you when you were alive?
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
I have to remind myself this is very likely Raphael's own interpretations and internal thoughts, right? Corpses can't talk to me. More questions. Kim, this man was a killer. How do you know? I stared at his face and he told me so.
Go ahead, Cobbo.
Why were you feeling pleasure when you died?
Maybe I was getting my rocks off.
Do you have to speak like that? What dialect is that? You were feeling sexual arousal when they were hanging you. Assuming he was alive the moment he was hanged, Raphael. We know a heavy body was brought in due to the pressure on one of the boot prints. He might not have been living at that point. What dialect is that?
It's a mishmash, Copabolo. You think I'm Messinian, don't you? For you, this is how people from Messina speak like.
Not even sure what Messina is. Are you from Messina?
No. My hair is too light a shade of brown. My eyebrows too. Trust your inner racist.
I always trust my inner racist. No, what are you? Racist now too?
You think I am. You think I was a racist because this lump looks military and has tattoos. That's called profiling.
So was he feeling sexual arousal when he was hanged?
Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you?
What is autoerotic asphyxiation? Well, we already got that from internalizing William de Million, so we can't pretend we don't know. Let's profile him. I think not.
Captain Coppadromo, I fear we are drifting away, fixating on sexuality again. Let's go with a simpler question.
Alright, simpler question. What is happening with this internal monologue?
What do you mean?
I'm talking to you.
It's the power of your
Black frothy liquids.
imagination.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
Thank you, horrific necktie.
He loves those.
Why do I love questions so much?
Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
No, I'm good. Yeah, give me questions. Give me a comical amount of questions.
Coming right up, copperoonie Rooney. This is getting upbeat now.
Is my name Rooney? No, we solved that mystery. It's Raphael. Why did the feeling I forgotten something terrible? Who killed you? Can you ask me a question? I hate you. Why do I have the feeling I've forgotten something terrible?
Because you have.
And who killed you then?
Love did me in, Provocopo. It was love all along.
But we're incapable of love. The next generation can feel love, but it's too late for us. Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
Where is that? Next to the, Abyssopelagic Zone?
In the past. Way out in the west.
Could you ask me a question, Imagination Man?
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this?
What?
Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
You ate every shop in your country with her? Why is that? I haven't shopped in Norway, so I really have no experiences to draw from. If there's anything else to do, it's all I have. This case is all I have. Because he told me to. Kim did not tell me to look into his eyes. Maybe this will lead to something? Something indescribable, unforeseen, miraculous?
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands. The cold spring air smoothing them over.
That's nice, Shivers. But I don't see anything else useful, so that's enough of gazing into his eyes and letting my imagination take over. Won't let you sort by form factor, etc.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse
I'm not sure shops here let you either.
Frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also see me in your dreams.
Oh, about the tattoos then.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
I'm trying to remember buying laptops and when I bought this computer off Newegg. I don't think the form factor was a factor I could sort by. Not allowed to know. Is there like descriptions? Is it possible to like open promising looking stuff and seeing descriptions? Maybe asking the vendor? Not always the most straightforward thing, I know, having to ask vendors, but sometimes becomes a necessity.
His corpse is marked by stars.
What will mine be marked by?
Alcohol and heartbreak.
Thank you, Inland Empire. Map of the night sky, microelectronic system. Is it a national pattern? Is it?
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, it reminds me of religious illumination, last or penultimate century. Men who live harsh lives often turn to innocentic worship. But which one? I see no trace of a humanoid figure.
We're missing something
I
then.
agree.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Lieutenant, what is that?
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Oh, naturally. What's a Triggered Sunshine Mini?
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
I forget all about Kuno SC.
An instant color camera.
They got color cameras these days.
This
The
is
50s,
first
just
time
exciting
openly
times.
acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small
Lovely.
ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
Cool machine. What do we need the picture for? For cop business. But it is a cool machine.
Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
What do we need the photo
It
for?
contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
Can I have it? To look at later without the corpse smell?
Sure. Just don't lose it.
Spoilers, we lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute, and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
Is that the belt?
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch.
Industrial strength. The kind used for tying cargo to lorries.
Like in a circus, when the circus leaves town and they tie a black-spotted giraffe to the wall of a carry pen.
It could be indicative if we've done this, but I would think this kind of belt will be common in this area. Like in a harbor, like in a circus for transporting black-spotted giraffes not now in Land Empire. In a can't come up with anything other than a harbor. Harbor or lorries?
Yes, it looks like they use whatever was on hand, paying no attention to not incriminating themselves.
Exactly, whatever on hand. It could be dock workers, or it could be anyone in the area who could just reach over and grab this from anywhere. We're assuming dock workers to the harbor? Wanted him to stay here. Polyester seems strong. How'd they get him up here? There's a ladder. I suppose this isn't very long, but it's got clips on it. Might have been looser before, then the weight of him tightens it up. I don't know. Are we assuming dock workers did it?
I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You?
That's assuming this is strike-based violence.
No, you feel like it was something else. But what?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an open mind here. It could be dock workers and strike violence, or it might not be. We need more.
Yes, it often is. This bed worries me.
I don't want to say that the polyester does seem strong.
It's not merely polyester, it's steel reinforced. See these lines? This is where the wires run. I see rabbits for more than 20 strands.
So it could be that they simply grab whatever's on hand. This is nearby, it's available, they probably got lots of it around the docks. Or maybe they did want this guy to stay here and be seen and be visible. But in which case, who sees him from this backyard behind the cafeteria?
This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed.
I didn't even get him up there.
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
Time with a kiss ladder?
That
No.
ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos.
How about these big fancy boots that they left on him? That has to be indicative of something.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast 2. The decaying flesh above the knee.
Oh man,
The
this has
man
got to be
wore
some kind of
thick
suit by
polymer
now.
socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Aren't just boots? Armor he was stripped of?
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Sabatons, of course. What kind of armor is this?
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
Well, that was gotta be meaningful then. Advanced stuff left on a corpse. Hung up on a tree in the middle of nowhere. Where's the rest? Scavenged by the locals? Probably not, given he was stripped beforehand. Material looks out of place. Where's the rest of it?
Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species.
Where's the rest of the armors
The
that you
armor
tasked?
could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
Maybe he was just wearing the boots, and there's no rest of the armor? Or they were put on the corpse. That's a statement. Maybe it's important to somebody. To see the corpse with these boots in the state, I have no idea.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Okay, under fabric. So I was going to say that we found his jeans. You would think they have to put the boots off to get to the jeans, but if it's worn under, then that's accommodated. What if they told him to strip before they hung him to demean him? They could have him walk around naked. No, we found his clothes.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
The material looks out of place.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
In that case, who are you? Where's this armor from? How much you talking about?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Ka-ching, not to the boots. That's a lot, I take it. Does this have a mechanical effect? If I go ka-ching and not to the boots, could I sell it at the pawn shop to pay off my debt of 100 real? That's a lot, I take it? 4 years' wages?
As a wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot.
How could this man afford such expensive hardware then?
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
Just hearsay? Initial reports?
Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
Let's pretend we did, but forgot that our drunken stupor.
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
Pretty advanced for just a security guard then.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Not the boots.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. The pry bar in your hand is itching for some action.
No, we're not gonna swing onto the boot. The fragile ceramic boot that's evidence. Sounds fragile.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic
Oh, is it?
redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates, where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates, until there are hundreds of them altogether. Like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps.
What does this remind me of?
If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like.
Touch it.
The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice The wells are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
Serial numbers on the right sabaton.
Good. Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something.
New
You can
task.
use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure?
It's gonna be a soup. I should probably take the body down first before pulling on the boot on a decayed corpse of 7 days. No. Order of operations, body down first.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form, ageless and synthetic. The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and
Something to have to know,
blocked
corpse
off.
man? Is anything else? No, there's nothing else here.
Questions, don't you? Come back later, Corporal.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
Squinting Kim, why am I doing
How
this?
should I know why you are squinting, officer?
Squint harder. His face and hands are pink. Thighs too, the rest is greenish. Stop squinting, I don't know. No, you're getting information. Give the information.
Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
He's laughed. Why is he laughing?
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So he's about to burst. We gotta get him down then.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead. I don't know what to think. Cover your nose. Something is coming out of him. Yeah, he's been hanging vertically for 7 days as a kid throws rocks at him. He's beaten up. See the bruises.
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
I think he's dead.
I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silently. His personality is no longer a part of the world.
Totally dead.
Kim is slowly opening up, I think, to Raphael's style. He's a straight man to our comedy guy. But instead of exasperation, he's embracing it. The world no longer stores his personality and his composition. There was a time for that, and it ended 7 days ago. Better not to say that too heavy, totally. Buster's not coming back. Diddity dead. What is dead anyway? Oh, you see, it's the world no longer stores his personality.
That sounds about right, yes.
Something's coming out.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
How about if they don't engage the children at this time? Maybe he went to the toilet. We got lucky. He coulda. Or simply did not eat prior to death, or at least not as much. Could he have? Open the possibility?
Maybe.
Doesn't dwell too long.
But there is no breath to
Okay.
catch. Only the cadaver.
How do we get him
fin-
down?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
Well, I could take off his boots. That's one more thing I could do. No. For a preliminary once over, I think we were pretty thorough then. Let me quickly see if there's anything else.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. The material are delicate and fragile. These are clearly not boots. They're
In ceramic plate under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather.
I could pull the boot off, but we're not going to.
Cadaver
Alright,
slowly
memory's done
twists
then.
on the
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge.
New
I
skill
got chain
point.
cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it.
There is each other's assistance. You could stand on my shoulders or vice versa. Could saw the branch. Like a lot of hassle, let's not do it. Shoot him down, no. Up from the harbor. But that requires going to the harbor, and the harbor's still blocked. I gotta either side with the strike breakers or side with the supremacist. Can somebody else do it?
Someone else? You mean like the police?
Yeah? I mean, he's being smarmy, but we could always call in backup, can't we? Can't we call in someone for the precincts? We got 2 precincts to draw from.
Someone already did. You know who came? We did. Because we have made bad life decisions.
Thank you, kid.
I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
Help from the harbor, then? If we can get through the harbor?
I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
Commit to it or consider other options first.
What other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Calling for help from the precinct to bring somebody in to help us out of the question. Getting help from the suspects in the harbor. Perfectly fine.
Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Let's have a look at him then. Maybe I have missed something, I don't know. I don't think I have.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Discuss the body again. Find your shack, Kuno. I could just shoot him down. There's a problem though with her. I haven't found my gun yet. My gun's still missing.
The fuck about it?
The rest of his armor.
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
Oh, how come?
Kuno's fuck gimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
Is he now?
Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
Threw it away, Kuno? What do you mean, threw it away? Oh yeah, my partner would have a gun. That is less of a fuck up than me. Well, let's consider this motivation to re-find my gun before I put big embarrassment to my precinct.
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big.
You tried to put the helmet on, Kuno, with the decaying gunk inside it?
Kuno kicked that shit in the sea.
Into
Rugby
the
style.
sea.
That shit means nothing to Kuno. Yeah? That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking
I'm
moth.
sure he is.
You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gates.
What do you mean, troubadour at the gates?
Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit. Came around pretending like he cares about cows. So yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor. Go to the gate. Ask him yourself.
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel it.
Touchings on his body, of course he was. We've seen him throwing rocks.
Fuck are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Contusion is a bruise. The marks your stones left on the corpse. That's what I'm saying, you're stupid. I hate words too, this isn't going anywhere. It's a bruise. Your stones left bruises, kid.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing? This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here.
You hear the lieutenant hum. He's He's thinking the kid has amassed quite the vocabulary of law enforcement terms, but he's not going to stick his nose into this.
Has Kuno spent time with the Huscow? Is Kuno's pa police and that's why he get beat?
Me and my partner are wondering, do you guys puff Peter?
Kuno erupts into laughter, pointing his finger at you, then Kim, then back at you.
I feel like this is why Kim had the sense not to pursue this line of questioning.
An unfortunate choice of words, the lieutenant from Precinct 57 thinks. He looks at the harbor walls looming overhead. He could use a cigarette right about now.
Alright, as usual, we're not gonna get anything out of
You're
Kuno.
testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
We found a shack.
Yeah, did you fucking there?
What's with the pig head? Made with powder residue, know anything about it. Tube of Amnesiac. That code up there, pretty sure it's mine. Code waving in the wind. Could I get into the harbor from the roof? That's the important thing. But I wasn't able to. I found a way to jump to the coat, but that's it.
Of course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just got a fly pig.
I gotta jump to get in there at my age and my condition. Again, going by the size of the door to the left of the railing, he could just shimmy over it and drop his feet down. Even at his age and his condition.
Not everyone can fly like Kuno. You're old. You'll never make it. Moose piss has made you scared in the head.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just jump.
My physical instrument is telling me to jump. What's with the pig head then?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Send me a message of some sort, demo tape like a musician, yeah, cool pig head, I liked it. I got one too, this one. It's shit. Try to send me a message specifically before he would even be here.
Yeah, to the both of you. Watch your ass in Kuno's town, or Kuno's gonna fuck your head off.
So, tell me about the drugs, Kuno.
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too.
No,
wouldn't
no
you?
electrochemistry,
You
no.
feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
Can he fetch my coat? He's not gonna fetch my coat, is he?
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that.
After all, what? Give us a backstory.
Don't sweat it, drunk pig.
No.
Kuno will keep your nasty secret. Kuno's not snitching.
He's saying you climbed up there. He probably saw you do it.
And the tube, the magnesium.
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Magnesium, right?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a bottle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno! He's gonna use it against you, Kuno!
Know what about magnesium? Rock it all the time. That goes to my motivation, right? My morale. Just magnesium, don't mystify it. I know all about magnesium. This is an impressionable child. I have to be a role model. It's just magnesium, don't mystify it.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig! Don't do mag! You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die!
Alright, I
Good
heard
call,
enough.
Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
Is there anything more for the crime scene? I
Yeah.
don't think there is.
The kingdom of Kuno.
Ah,
the
there
fuck do
is.
you want with it?
Close at the trash container, how they get there, the ladder for climate, the greenhouse. I could have asked him about the greenhouse. Here I was looking for a gardener.
Dunno. Keep that gardener used to work there.
Used to.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
Could I have gotten the ammonia off of Kuno then, actually? What? The young woman by the whirling in rags, that gardener.
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just
Oh, that's
says
right. We got...
shit.
She was a gardener, wasn't she? I was looking for one around the greenhouse itself, but she gave us the gloves. We could have asked her. Oh, I spent a whole real for nothing.
Yeah, her.
Her. Thank you, Rhetoric. Ever climbed the ladder?
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed.
Ladder's unclimbable?
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
Kuno, not an acrobat.
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
When Kuno essay puts it that way, it almost sounds like we could convince Kuno to climb and disbar it. How about the clothes? Do you see anything?
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
Could be a lead investigation. Someone we have tampered with the murder scene. Someone like Kuno and everyone else in this neighborhood.
Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
How am I gonna get 500 real if I can barely acquire 3 and change? And I owe 100 debt to the cafeteria. What happened to his clothes? You must see them lying around. What's so great about these pants? No, Kuno, you don't know anything about tampering investigation, and I already have pants. I asked you about his clothes. Has he seen them?
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that up there. Now you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
No, I'm fine.
Remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Alright, we're done with Kuno then.
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for fouling anyway, pig.
A mug in the trash. The mug is just trash. The mug is nothing, but long as the object is there.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
There's a racist mug of it. It could have gone from the cafeteria. It could have been from any place. Racist mug, anything to do with it. Adequate depiction of a South Samoan man. This quaint, better not taken out of its historical context. Talking about this makes me uncomfortable. Let's back it up a notch. I cannot possibly imagine the mug being related at all. That's just cafeteria trash, along with the apples and the rags. Does the mug have anything to do with it, just to pursue any line of inquiry?
Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you picked it after the mug fucker? Cause he's the clothes fucker?
Is he?
I can't hear you, Kuno! Speak louder, Kuno!
That's exactly what I'm saying. Someone has tampered with the crime scene. Cleaned some of it up. Did they?
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator. Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno! They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching! Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away! Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face.
Okay, we're done with Kuno.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Kuno has exhausted his
Kuno
usefulness
doesn't
to me.
fucking care.
And he's fine with that. So, if I take my shoes and pants off first, I might be able to make that jump. Because what leads could we do right now? We have the rest of the town we haven't explored. There's a bookshop. Allegedly cursed bookshop. And look at this. All he's gotta do is shimmy on over, drop his legs, and he's good. There's no jumping required, old man. Come on. There's money. Pick up some, almost a whole real. 4.5 in my pocket now. Okay, so -1 savoir faire. -1 savoir faire. Reaction speed. Suggestion, but less half-light. Am I doing this? I could just try speaking to the racist again. And following Manana's advice. Of being all supplicative and pretending I don't know anything. And just go from that door to this door. And walk on in.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Or I could do a 42% chance with a +1 backed up by physical instrument. 3 savoir faire to jump and grab it. I'm gonna try it. We're not jumping over the railing to catch him mid-flight. We're jumping down here, right? Just jumping down to this level, so at most I'm going to lose 1 health. Maybe. Unless the game decides to kill me again. I don't think it's going to kill me. I have health for a reason.
With possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Alright, here we go. Alley-oop, old man. That flash green, right? Is that good?
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Close my eyes. Let my senses take in the world around me. Continue the voyage of the salty air. I feel like I might want my eyes open to not overshoot and fly down. Close my eyes. Let my senses take in the world.
Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous with the concrete pavement below.
He's so on the money, Breton! Just imagine yourself dual-wielding a bottle and a flaming cigarette whilst airborne!
Continue the voyage of the salty air. Made it!
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive. Alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump. But
exactly,
you
could
can
just
explore
climb.
harbor now.
But then he wouldn't be Raphael if he just climbed down, would he?
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Okay. Acrobatics are done. Let me get my shoes and pants back on. Esprit de corps and shivers. Okay. I'm assuming that takes up a jacket slot. So esprit de corps and shivers as opposed to +1 esprit de corps. Disco ass blazer. Or rain gear. Well, it has rained and snowed a little in the morning. The blazer is pretty nice. But it's an RPG, I gotta go for the stats. Party shoes, party pants, horrific tie, official snow weather or rain weather, and big gardening gloves.
Yes?
Gotta go through here. I can. Wait, what was that low tip about sneaking behind Kitsurai's back? Book La Fumée, Volume 1, Number 4. What do you do? What tattoos could also interact with? The leading intellectual organ of Martinez communism. A radical Mazovian perspective on a range of contemporary issues. Cover features a stylized portrait of the late King Frizzle, with a pair of white antlers growing out of his head.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Why antlers?
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and, at the same time, above it.
And Frizzle?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
But internal voice, what is satire?
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Wait a minute, is this going to be where I complete the task to get the lowdown on reality? Catch up on international developments. It's gonna take like 2 whole hours, isn't it?
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine.
And the Free State of Semenine? Could I use this with Measurehead?
You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are.
Maybe not, but I am getting a more complete picture of the world.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Kunst and culture?
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective.
CS profile, Tip Top Tournée. What's a Tip Top Tournée?
The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage racing.
Kim, you get a motor carriage. Know anything about this?
If you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorships and obscene death toll.
See what the communists have to say about Tip Top?
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colourful drivers.
But there's a but.
Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée.
What's wrong with Tip Top? Is it merely the rich man's hobby now?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes.
Who wrote this? What's so bad about sponsorships? What's wrong with the good motor crash? They just keep it interesting. Who wrote this first?
Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines: Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka.
Of course, Buka wrote this.
There's no way those are real names.
Why not? They're real names. Nasteb Encolada Bernal, Exilus Buka, Bigusticus.
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms.
Conceptualization, please. You were speaking to Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. Surely these names are real. What's wrong about the sponsorships?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a fritter.
But then you get to see them crash.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest.
So you're saying that nobody cares about what the brands actually are?
At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
It's for the racing, or you're right. I really am just in it for the violence.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tourney is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
Kim, did you know the Tip Top Tourney is actually an orgiastic ritual of capitalistic destruction? I had no idea. Kim, this article says no.
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind, Detective.
I wonder what else is really just a metaphor for life under capitalism.
I'm sure most things are, if the young men who wrote this article are to be believed. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Okay, what about local concerns then?
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Naturally.
You skim the headlines.
It should be.
Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape Side apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Oh, dear. Damn, communists. Should have killed a lot of them. If it weren't for the wild pines, all those moods would be out of a job. Charging rent just to live somewhere is pretty outrageous. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if labor and capital could reach some reasonable accommodation? Why should I care? This has nothing to do with me. Reasonable accommodation of labor and capital? Why not?
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition. Why do communists love puerile insults? And they wonder why they're always being left out in the cold. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Alright, what do the editors got to say for this
Comrade,
issue?
as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal a la fumée.
Oh, how could I forget him?
This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology,
So much time has
we
passed
too
reading
are
this.
at risk of going a la fumée. Unlike many publications
It could have
which
internalized more
are content
thoughts.
to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel, La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Think this is a communist magazine. Play cool. Pretend everything's in order. Kim, I think it's communist.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine.
Okay, this is for the magazine. While I'm here, though. Spend 1 skill point to unlock? I want to. I do. Except that unlocked one of these up here. When I have these 3 down here. That do not require locking. Or is that just further lanes that could open up? Unlock, 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 but you are not, so maybe that's just it. Rigorous self-critique? Nah. Some kind of superstar? Yes. Mazovian socioeconomics? Also yes. But which one? 1 hour or 3 hours? -2 logic or -2 visual calculus? Let me internalize a superstardom. Also, do I want to internalize stuff, or do I want to spend these points on actual skills instead? Because what has it been getting me so far? +1 pain threshold, and psych learning caps, and psi for drugs. All endurance white checks unlocked, learning caps raised. So far one of the things have given direct benefit, and the others unlock future maximizations. So I'm kind of gambling on cool sounding unknowns versus direct benefit. Well, I had one that I could use already, so let's internalize some kind of superstar. GUI typewriter. Every worker, member of the board. Union logo and demand democracy. What's this? A postcard with a price of only 30 real, 0.30 real. Dark liquid's almost sentient. -1 drama, but more visual calculus. How could I possibly deny myself some drama?
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Be a shame if a couple of cops snooped in here.
Let's see what's inside.
Open
thinks.
it!
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data.
How scandalous.
2 kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
83% chance success, only 17 for failure. I am going to flounder this so badly. Force myself to go through the folders.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
What's it say?
It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners.
Whirling borscht is in the cafeteria whirling? Could I ask about that?
All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Look in, a to-do note with the list of errands for Everard.
Everard Clare, probably, the head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners.
That's gotta be important, right? Everard's shoes, whirling borscht, Everard's plants.
All items on the list, the drawer slides shut smoothly.
If I open the door from the inside, would remain unlocked for the rest of the game. Door is locked. I need a pass card. No choice but to talk to the Union leader, or constantly jump over the fence to get anywhere.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change.
Oh no, we got the radio in the car. We don't need that. Oh, I can't climb back up, can I? I can't climb back up, so how do I get out of here? Down? Is it down this way? Can't access those. Bottles. Could I take the bottles? Because I have a bag now. Where's my bag? Doesn't count as clothes. Tools. I can hold the bag. Oh, I can hold the bag in my hand. Okay, alright. Flashlight and bag to collect all the cans. Take them. I can't take them? Oh, there we go. Now I can take stuff. It's only 10 cents per. Alright, we're gonna dominate the market 1 10-cent can at a time.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads Rene Arnaud.
Okay, I'm gonna look inside.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
There's nobody else in here, so...
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man is young, dark-skinned, and dressed in a Royal Carabinieri uniform. The girl is smiling playfully at the camera. The young man looks happy as well. He's about to smile. Right after this moment, frozen in time. You're sure of that.
Why did you take that?
Something piques his interest, piques my interest. This can be a side thing. I'm a cop, instinctual to collect evidence. Make an artistic photo collage. Something speaks to me.
Fine, but let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping around here.
This is the night watchman.
It's on the soundtrack now. Can't go down those stairs. What's this? Plastic tare. I can't take all of them. Hold on. So every bottle now is not every single bottle's not collectible.
Snow is quietly covering the numerous wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Did I do this? Is this me?
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
This is really sad. I must have been miserable. Looks like I had a hell of a lot of fun. I'm not completely convinced it was me. This is a whole neighborhood after all. I must have been on an advanced scouting mission in the harbor. This is really sad.
Yes, this scene isn't exactly ripping with joy. Let's just move on.
Oh, the tare. Kim, you're in the way. Out of my bottles. Gonna pay off my 100 real debt in no time. I'm going to be the best super cop. Walking around, dressed in mismatched clothes, with gardening gloves and a bottle and a bag of used tare in my hand. White pine trees. Oh, there's a button. Button I could use. What else is here? Oh, this is the crane, isn't it? The big crane that impressed Kim. Kivelsund.
Yes?
A buck 30. More Nosafed. Shipyard's a lot of quiet. The great machines are sleeping. If I wake them up, will they open the door for me?
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off.
On then.
With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Stealing jobs in the Union and Scabs alike. Time is at 6:34, so plenty of time left in the day.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down.
Also, I totally forgotten I was supposed to bring the body down. Brought the crane down before the body.
This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container.
What's inside it, Inland Empire? What insights do you have? What's totally separate
Who
thing?
can say? All you know is, it's special.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Turn it off.
The crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all.
Good. Then leave it there. Elvison means Whalefjord in Ardan. The more you know.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Lieutenant, there's something special about this container?
Because I don't.
What? Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
It was hanging for the crane. I don't know, Kim. It just feels special. Maybe there's contraband. We gotta be nosy. It just feels special, Kim. Trust my gut.
It's a cargo container, Detective. Just like all the others. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
Knock at the door.
No reply.
Open the door.
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Persuade the door to open. Erratic yet thorough. Is there a way I can't persuade the door to open? Does this somehow remarkably work because somebody's inside? What's my rhetoric currently at? Rhetoric is currently at 3. I could put one more to it. Persuade the door through my rigorous intellectual discourse to open. How many points have we got to spend? Just a 1? Because I spent 1 on more slots for internalizing thoughts. I'm still not sure what direction I want to take this guy, because logic is down because he's internalizing something. Normally at 3. Drama to catch lies might be useful. Maybe I want to be more persuasive. I'll hold off. I don't know yet. And a 3% chance isn't impossible. Well, it says impossible, but it's... Statistically, there's a chance it might work. It's only a meager 97% chance of failure. Money. Speaker tower silent. Nowhere to organize. Musket wood and rust. What about Prybar? Bound Ultra Series gloves, +1 half light. Neat. Gloves. His current gloves is interfacing. Are they stylish though? Are they sexy? Kinda? -1 rhetoric. Does anything else affect my rhetoric? Nothing else does it? Electrochemistry of 1, -1 suggestion. These guys are so nice, leaving all the real around. Almost 1/10 of the way to paying off my debt. Stairs made of pallets. Oh, there's a person in here. Let me snoop around outside of it more before I talk to him. There's a guy across. Who we can't speak to? Hey.
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Everard, you say? Hi. Do not interrupt his joyous activity. We'll say hi to him.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
Well, I am shining a flashlight right in his face.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
What is it with you people in scabs? I actually am. No, I'm not.
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
You're Yubi, right? What do you do with the containers, or is everyone? The harbor's empty. You work here? Are you Leo, who wrote the note to make more banners? What's that container over there? Did the container suspended for the crane arm? Leader's probably inside there. Be friendly first. Are you Leo?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
Cool. What's that about borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
What do you mean by taking the soup to the men? For striking?
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Who makes it at the whirling? Something is off about this borscht. Going to look into it. Accept task we will, but more info first. Who makes it?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together.
Mr. Manana speaks
what we speak. He's from Grad.
Something's off about this borscht. We'll look into it.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes,
so you're
sir.
Yubi, right?
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Arish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
And what are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes,
Or minus
I am.
2 to logic.
Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
What's going on here? At the mouth of the containers. With bare minimum logic. Cannot be retried. How much longer turtleization? It's almost done. 17 minutes. I'll re-ask him later.
Sure, mister. About what?
Where's everyone? The harbor's empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
And the corporations have not capitulated? And keep striking harder.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Evrard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
Oh, Jean-Luc is Measurehead's actual name, not just his nickname. Thought because he was bald it was going to be a Picard thing.
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Evrard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
A week, you say? Any trouble having to do with the lynching? What kind of trouble did Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that.
Union business,
That's
you say?
union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Evrard telling them to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
But what did they actually do? Did they kill someone? Just telling me not to go all bad cop. He's being friendly. Which is a bad cop answer. To lean on him, what did they actually do? To bring up the murder? He's just a simple, friendly fellow. Did they kill someone? I feel like if I leave it open, what did they actually do? That's too much freedom for him to back off or to put something else in. If I specify, is it murder?
No, I don't think they killed
No?
anyone. Let's
Shies
better
away
talk
from
about
me.
something else. Titus and his boys do good work. I don't want to get them in trouble over a little drinking. Oh, we're honest.
So no.
Not ever, but Titus and his boys got into some
What kind of
trouble.
trouble?
I'm not him and his boys.
Don't go all bad cop on this
What do they
simple,
actually do
friendly
then?
fellow.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. Well, that's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
See, Ardmany then. It's a fight and some violence. They got rowdy. Exactly how rowdy, Leo?
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hard ease.
Too rowdy? Leo, what kind of a fight did they get into? Did they kill a mercenary? Let's hear what this fight you got into. Did they... The last time I asked if it was murder, he hushed up. But talking about his middle school fights isn't gonna help me, is it? Did they kill a mercenary?
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
What's the container then?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
We don't know that. Supposed to be empty and is empty are two completely separate entities. Do you work here, Leo?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
Leo.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
If you insist, Volition. Who's Miss Beaufort? Doing a great job, Leo. This place would totally fall apart if you didn't shine your bossman's shoes, Leo. No. Tell us about her.
Oh, Lizzie. She is a
Lizzie,
real
so not a
sharp soul.
Sylvie.
Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly. But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. that she can't have
Oh,
kids.
Leo.
Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
Well, Leo, thanks for the information. You're doing a great job around here.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up,
Achievement, goodness of the good cops.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority
Hey,
figure
Gregory.
made Leo's day.
Somebody did. Somebody did, and now one more standard slot for emotes and one animate has been unlocked. Enjoy, Gregory. Leader of the Dockworkers Union.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then?
He's inside,
He's
right?
an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood.
Yeah, but where is he?
Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school, we
Really?
did.
That's
when
pretty
we were
cool.
boys.
Patience. Deep down you have the mental power to keep listening. Not many would, but you do.
Thank you, Volition. That's the pep talk I needed. Don't interrupt him. Let him continue.
Had an arithmetics teacher, Miss Bellows. Her real name was Miss Bellams. She was a real pretty lady, but when she got mad, all the boys liked her, if you know what I mean, mister. We used to sneak in her yard in the dark and peek through the window. One time we saw Miss Bellows with a fellow. Yes, we did, mister.
Don't see anything. You fucking didn't. Everard, Leo. What about Everard? Interrupt him. I'm gonna listen to my Volition and go along with the story for the time being.
Yes, we did, mister. Indeed we did. Him was a big fellow. Used to drive the Troika near ours' school and everything. Then was all naked too. That's all I got to say about that.
Interesting, very interesting. Thank you for telling me the whole thing.
Thank you. Almost forgot. Mr. Everett is in that container over there.
Yeah, I saw him
Got
already.
distracted telling the story, but he's in there.
Alright, I'm off,
Bye-bye
Leo.
now.
I'll be back when my internalization is done and I get my +2 logic back. Is it done yet? 1 minute. Literally 1 minute left. Kim, waste a minute with me.
Yes?
Talk
What
about you.
about me?
Tell me a secret. Ask
Your
again.
brain sends the signal to your lips.
Alright, the
They
eyebrows.
refuse the order. The eyebrow is exercising psionic control over you.
Something the matter?
This guy is nothing. You better
Accept
hope
my
it.
thraldom.
The lieutenant relaxes his
Breakthrough
eyebrow,
imminent.
and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Thanks, Kim. That's all I needed.
Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
Okay, what's my bonus? Is it tangible? Or is it more unlocks higher potentials for skill points? Learning cap raised. -1 logic the price for self-delusion. I played myself. Then learning cap, learning cap, learning cap, learning cap, learning cap. It was a trap. Okay, no more internalizations then. I got one good one I kinda needed, and a couple of garbage ones.
Oh, hey,
What did
mister.
I expect?
I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes,
I have
did.
no idea.
It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get
But
so
look,
far before they're
I'm gonna
ready
keep
to give
on
up.
these delusions of
And lots
superstardom.
of folk really did keep coming back.
If that erodes my logic, then so be it.
No trouble at all, mister. No
Okay,
trouble
what
at
was it?
all.
What was the one
It's
that
like
required
old
logic?
saying,
Harbor
go
empty?
for. Most were on a strike.
So no one is working.
Not every. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble.
I don't think
Like
that was
what,
it.
mister?
Was it containers?
Oh, I'm just making some
There,
covers for them
28%
containers here.
now.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's...
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red
Hey,
in
MP83.
colours.
Welcome. How's your sleep?
It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
A massive redecorating operation, Kim. Anyone told you why I need to change the colors? Looks like the massive redecoration operation, Kim.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Leo, has anyone told you why you're changing the covers? Updating a new Nasu mascot program. Ooh, big update? Sounds exciting, can't wait to see it.
No, not really. Miss Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
Okay, that's it, just Mr. Everart. And get some more information. Cool, thank you,
Oh,
Leo.
no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
See it, hear it, can't wait to experience it, but first... But first it has been 2 hours, so I must give myself a brief little bathroom break. And when I get back, we'll speak to Mr. Everett. But for now, I got a piece of BRB. Alright, that's enough of a break. Back to happy typewriter noises. And let's snoop around a bit before we say hello to him. He's got himself a marlin, the small size. The taxidermy fish that tells time. What will they think of next? Alright, I hadn't realized. I still have my sunglasses on. That's giving detriment, isn't it? A +1 to visual calculus, but -1 to drama. I might need more drama. And less visual calculus, I'm going to be interrogating some fellow. Esprit de corps and shivers. Less suggestion, more conceptualization. Less savoir-faire, more electrochemistry. Perhaps I need more savoir-faire in this engagement and should take off my pants. Composure, half light, Inland Empire. How about the hat? Less rhetoric or more reaction speed? Signal blue naval coat. A suggestion at the expense of half light. What gives half light? Gloves? Give a +1. But more importantly, how does the naval coat look? It's a bit too loud, to be honest. Alright. Back to the patrol cloak. Interfacing. I'll take the half-light. What's half-light again? Let the body take control, threaten people. Okay. Maybe I'll keep some mild threatening natures.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. A typical power play. Wait for him to speak first. Show him you've got a backbone.
Say nothing. Or do the ultimate power play and just leave. Look at him, dead in the eye.
The one good eye of this man fills you up without even flickering. The other, his lazy eye, is constantly moving like a goldfish in a tank.
I like how that's actually kind of reflected in the art. This side going way out this way.
Grotesquely magnified by his +6 glasses. For a moment, you don't know where to look. It is unbearably humid in the trailer. Beads of sweat slide down the man's forehead.
Stop, it's getting too weird. No, keep staring. Maintain eye contact.
At first, nothing happens. His face wears a wide and self-satisfied smile. Every now and then, he smacks his big lips. Like a general over his maps, he plots his moves. Judging by the way he's licking his chops, it's going to be a good one.
So, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi, how nice that you found a moment to pay a visit to the Debardairs Union. I'm Everard Clare, head of this little operation here.
It took me a while to realize who Dubois was. He hasn't got the memo that we are Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau now. Not mundane Harry Dubois. But he knows me, personally, by name?
Have a seat.
The folding chair looks like a torture device. Extremely uncomfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Why are you calling me Mr. Dubois? Well, we saw our notes already. HDB is us, or a past us. This is power plays, right? Should I seat or should I stand? Kind of think of it, sitting in a small chair like this is kind of a subservient thing. He's got his big throne with his desk coming down to this little spot on the floor. That's putting me in the spot of an employee about to be chided, or a child about to face discipline. I shall remain on my feet.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
Okay, I've thumped my chest. The obligatory masculinity has been taken, I could sit.
He's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense. Don't give him the pleasure.
Take a seat, or I don't sit. It's kind of my thing. Kind of my thing, and while I like, I'll take that one.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions.
Multiple chins like ocean waves, like one of my exes.
I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level.
He's all the way up here. This is eye level. He wants looking down at eye level.
Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Damn, that's a nasty play. He's got you, a titan of volition, in a fork. Guess you just have to sit or leave.
Fine, like I said. Obligatory chest thumping is a taken. We can sit.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
Gives a sly wink. I can wink back. This chair's uncomfortable. It's been like, what, 12 hours now that I've been awake? This is plenty of time to have sobered up. I'm gonna remain serious.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
I'm gonna die sitting here, aren't I? I'm gonna take some health. Just snort up right in front of him in his office.
By the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say.
I was thinking, my first thought was, does this mean that he could erase my debts, but will that put me in a compromising position? If I accept his debt erasure, there'd be a conflict of interest, whether or not I act on his generosity.
This should take care of that nonsense.
A novelty check on the desk. No, nuh-uh. I'm not going to accept money from possible suspects.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
No, they've given me a large debt and a way out as bait, but I'm not going to take it.
Hey, that's 25 real.
Only 25 real, that's it?
Think of all the stuff you could.
Thank you and take it. Take it but don't say anything. Keep it, I'm good. Leave the check. You can take that comically large check and shove it up your ass. You know Gart?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
And he's trying to buy me out for only 25 real. How cheap does he think I am?
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Keep it. I'm good.
Okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then.
I got bottles. I'm gonna collect so much reals off bottles alone.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
I'm concerned that he knows about it. He knows about it. And he's bringing it up first thing. I don't like this already. I am off my game now.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
How do you know about my lost gun?
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right.
Okay, so the lost gun was probably not used in the murder, considering the body was dead for like 4 days before I got here, and went into a blind blender.
It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling
Yeah.
everything's going to be alright.
The chair is killing me, -2. Ugh. Kim, back me up here, buddy.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Oh, I gotta take the composure. Don't panic. Don't panic. You are Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. Raphael does not panic.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun, and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
I'm not about to cry. Stay cool. So what? Man can cry too. Try to stay cool.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this?
Damage
Mr.
morale.
Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
I'm in a stupor. And big talk from a part of my brain that failed his rolls keeps sliding into the chill like a jello shot. There are no Harrys. Let your mind go to your safe place.
While Everard is distracted by your odd behavior, the lieutenant's eyes are mapping everything around you. The folder, desk, papers on the wall.
There you go. See, we're the distraction while Kim does the real work.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
I'm as good as it gets, Mr. Dubois. Yeah, I'm great. Keep sliding. This chair is uncomfortable. I could use that glass of water. Yes, blame the chair. He put me into this chair. This is his fault.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
Alright, cool. We could salvage
It
this.
is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Aren't you going to ask why I got in? You call me Mr. Dubois, why? That's one mystery solved. Let's talk about my lost gun, now we're not here about that. The hanging. Your shady brew. See, I would have done that first, but I don't have a way out. I came in by jumping in, and the gate to the secretary office is locked still. Talk about the hanging first.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you.
Are you here to discuss how surely none of your boys were involved, that rowdiness a week back was nothing?
I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
So you're admitting it then? That the lynching is connected to the strike? What's the but?
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
I also don't trust the implicit accuracy of his information. He wants to talk, but who's to say it's going to be the truth? Should I take this chance to put more points into drama? Drama of 4 to see through any possible lies? Or woo him with trivia? Or make up for the lost point of logic, being superstar cop? 6s and 5s and 4s are alright. My physical stuff being garbage. I kind of like that about this character, to be honest. I love that he's falling apart physically. Maybe more composure. Master machines. Perception could be important, but Kim's probably maxed out his perception. Maybe rhetoric. I feel like I want drama or rhetoric. Persuasion and rigorous intellectual discourse, or see-through lies. Let me get the drama for now, even though the shipping container could possibly open with rhetoric.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
So talented at opening doors, I jumped into a one-way trip to bypass opening doors and can't open my way back out. I've opened a few doors in my life. You've heard wrong, I've heard we're not. Kim, is this true? Are we door-opening machines?
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
He wants me to break the strike. Or something. So the gates could open and people could go back to work.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave
Oh, it's a real door, not a metaphorical
a
one.
Simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand, then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
I'm glad drama is immediately having successes, but 10 to 10. Whose door is it? I bet you don't even know anything about the hanging. Damn it, fine, I'll look into it. We need to talk about the murder. I can't accept this thing, refuse a task. For now. Why don't you open it yourself? Whose door is it?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
And why don't you open it?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do.
Has he seen my extraordinary
You look
physique?
like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
What do you mean by weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
What was it that drama told me? Excellent opportunity, win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hands, then bend his efforts towards my own. How do I pretend to play into his hands? By accepting, then taking some kind of subversion of the outcome? I bet you don't even know anything about the hanging.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
If I accept, I don't have to like fully complete it, right? It's not a marriage, I could always not, maybe? It says for now. I'm going to refuse for now.
Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse, we won't be able to speak like equals about the murder. Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can always come back to me. I really hope you do. For your sake, my sake, and for your gun's sake too.
Yes, we both understand what you meant.
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.
Talk about my lost gun. Looking into your shady brew. The container outside your office, a brew.
I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts in my operation, I can't keep track of them all. You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can, make it even shadier.
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about. And he doesn't care either.
Lost
Yes,
gun?
your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone.
Sure they
Your
are.
gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
I truly believe he is. Could he really hold my gun hostage? He is.
Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Does this mean if I do things for you, I will get my gun back?
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Well, I finished the secret task. Or a task. Tracked down my gun. Found information. Only took me 9 hours almost.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
What's in the container?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
There has to be something special. It was attached to the convulsant crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Is this going to be a +1 if I actually do try? Because I could use rhetoric on it. You're not going to ask how I got in? The only conventional ways in is through a racial supremacist or through a scab.
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age...
A man my age. What are you implying? I'm at the peak of my abilities. Peak physical fitness. I too am surprised by the resilience and athleticism with this tool I've been provided with. Ooh. My body's gonna break down any moment now. Probably push it to my limits. Enough wackiness. Let's get back to business.
Things do always turn real wacky when you and I are in the same room, don't they, Harry? Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Alright. At least 2 internal parts of my psyche and Kim are supportive of working with him and sullying our hands. Maybe that is simply the world we live in. Maybe we don't have the luxury of a completely clean judicial process and have to make compromises to get ahead. I mean, what have we learned so far? That in this world, if I bludgeon a drunk with my very heavy clipboard to the point where he can't leave his house anymore, it counts as closing a case. So maybe they might look kindly on me working shady deals with shady men who regain lost police equipment and get ahead in the case.
A fantastic change of heart, Harry. Go talk to Manana down by the gates. He'll brief you and give you the key. Just open one little door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. That's it. Anything else we should discuss?
He says that a day is going to pass, and we pass by the house, and it's all bloody and guts-like. Well, since I've already made a good show of authority and machismo, I can't lose any more reputation from rock bottom. Why call me Mr. Dubois?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's really my name?
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
Science fiction amnesiac cop.
I think the odds of that are very low.
It's true, my memory's a bit hazy, hence the missing gun and everything.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. You're among friends, and the good news is, I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask. Maybe I can help you out. I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
The lieutenant is my partner in this. You don't badmouth him.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Drama? 72% plus 1 because I read the shipping folders before. It cannot be retried. What do you mean drama? But don't just jump to it. As in, don't look at it? Don't ask about it? Do some probing first? Ask some questions? What kind of a cop does it say I am?
Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star. A bright shining star in the drab law enforcement sky.
You see.
Outshining all other stars.
You see.
You're a superstar.
I'm a superstar super cop. That's what I like about you, Everard. You get me.
Of course I do, Harry. And I'm gonna help you shine. I'm gonna put you on all the big stages. Your name in giant neon letters. Harry Dubois.
Yes, but no. It should read Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
The giant neon sign reading Harry Dubois, hanging from the Cavalson crane, can be seen all the way to Jamrock. Somewhere in Mirova, a beautiful woman sees the bright glow on the horizon and says to herself, "Oh my God, I shouldn't have left him."
Speaking of which, you know anything about my family? Got a wife, a kid.
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
Yeah, sure, I'd be a wonderful father. What kid wouldn't want a rock star dad?
Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry.
And where have you gotten this folder? Is this simply data that he's acquired over time, or is this official documents he's procured?
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
And my full name?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
You feel like a Dubois, but you don't feel like a Harry. Strange.
Compromise. Raphael Dubois. It even rolls better.
You don't feel like any of these things.
Conceptualization failed!
Your name is. You have a sophisticated name, like that of a count, or a beautiful man.
That's not my name. I am Raphael Cousteau. I feel like a Dubois, but not quite like a Harry. Something longer. Harry. Raphael. There's one syllable longer.
Sure, okay. You're Harold. Harmon. Haroldamus? But that's not what the record says. The record says Harry Dubois, a real man's name. Mr. Kitsuragi
Sorry, Kim.
doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can.
What if I go the
It's
Raphael
Harry.
route, can
You
I?
feel like you don't feel like any of these
That's not my
things.
name. I am
You know
Raphael
what your name
Cousteau.
is.
Fine, Harry. You can even be Harry Raphael Dubois de Costeau, or whatever you choose to be.
Can I? Harry Raphael Dubois de Cousteau? I keep making him feel worse and worse.
Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry.
83%
I, however,
now.
wish to help you any way I can.
Thank you, Drama, for the tip. Read shipping folders before. Kim suspects something. Take a peek.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
Sure. The folder might not be RCM, but the data inside could be.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau. And everything else? from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
The Census Bureau says my name is Harry Dubois.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay?
Okay, let's go
move
then.
on.
We're
Wait.
done here.
You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Oh good, I can finally leave this place. I was wondering how I was gonna get out.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
Cool. So, can I go back? There's no back to go to? Alright. You holding up, Kim?
Yes.
All these revelations, but nothing new to talk about. Okay. So, now that a voice in my head has suggested that I use rhetoric on this shipping container, maybe it'll add another bonus to the attempt.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If
It's
anything,
still-
it seems to have grown slightly.
It's still only 3%. Yet, it is a white check, so if I fail it now, I could always come back later. So, it's only 97% chance failure. I've had worse odds in games before.
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
I was close though. 15 to 18. I was only a little bit off. Because getting physical wasn't an option.
Because what wasn't an option?
Using my body over my wits.
Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
Okay. We'll have to come back to this one then. And is it just me? Or was it getting kind of darker? Given that it's almost 8 p.m. There are certain checks of the game that you cannot succeed. Really? Really? But then it'd be 0, not 3. There has to be a way. Like, maybe I'm thinking right. That if I persuade it to open, it's probably somebody inside that hears me. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know yet. I don't know what's in there. I gotta keep on trying, and I do want rhetoric eventually to go up.
How'd you like our harbor?
It was nice enough. Labor utopia, not approvingly.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Everett said you have key to a door. You're the man who boots up the gates. Kuno says you know about the armor.
The little boy had the good on his promise.
His promise.
To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
This union is very, very thorough.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock.
That's Kuno, alright.
Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
Kuno used us to scare you. The probe into the armor. What did you learn?
It's
Kuno.
a minor nuisance. It's all good.
Okay, so what you learned?
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
And what sort of technical stuff?
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he threw it off and
That's
kicked
to
it into
see.
the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. too hard to remove.
So possibly a good thing that I didn't try to take them off of a rotting body suspended in the air.
So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
What about the leggings?
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
I'm gonna find one piece of it. What is enough? I'm ambitious. Gonna find all of it, all the pieces.
All of it? There are junior officers out there, eager to prove themselves. I would leave some for them, and I would leave the boots to processing. But okay, let's find all of it.
And Mesqui's epic then, all across Martinez. I hope it will be a real bonanza for you.
As your cooperation, now we got a new quest
No
all
problem.
around the city.
If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful. He is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
Any idea who killed the
The
hangman?
mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
We are learning more. The Union has admitted to participation. We've confirmed he is a mercenary. Harbor is a prime area of suspicion, in your opinion. Are the dark workers involved in the killing?
What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course. Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
What does that mean? That's admitting to killing him. But give us a motive. Give me some information.
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Did you kill him?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
So it was the Union, or at least people in the Union. Confirmation.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not
Alright.
my search.
So, Everett said you have a key to a
key,
door.
huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
To a weasel. Hoping you could tell me. Some kind of whistleblowers. Maybe.
Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here.
Basement
And let me tell
apartment.
you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
Heard something about a weasel. Didn't sound like a local polar weasel, if you know what I mean. Wink. Saw an opportunity and I took it. I'm a hustle grinder. I'm not opening this door for myself. I am opening it for all working men. Not really doing this for political reasons. It's just chatty with Mañana. It's not exactly like KGB, where if I say something to one person all the way in Leningrad, then suddenly my handler back in Moscow is going to hear about it. This is building rapport with the local intercollitors, doing it for all the working men, and my gun retrieval.
I knew this man was a commie. And it's a good thing you're doing too. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the
I know
whirling
that
rise.
is.
That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Anything else I should know about this task? This weasel person when he'll be home?
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
Who he is and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
The Inland Empire wants to know, why are you
We're
striking?
negotiating our share. Aye.
Not wages or pensions? How large a share would you like? Economy stuff, let's talk about something else. Not wages or pensions?
This stuff, they already covered.
Shouldn't you be grateful then? It's more than most people have. At least you got benefits, that's something. However much you feed the wolf, this all sounds cynical. Shouldn't you be grateful? It's a lot more than most.
Never grateful. Were we ever grateful, we'd have nothing. You fight for every piece.
So how big of a share would you like?
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
Are you a communist? The boss man Everard. What can you tell me about him? Got the picture. Are you a communist?
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
But the stuff you do aligns admirably well with the World Republic. Why not call yourself communist?
I have nothing against communists. They are honorable boyaderos. And they have good analysis.
See, there are traditions that predate that exist alongside. Not one answer is the end-all in this big kaleidoscope of 7 billion peoples.
But my own code serves me well. If my code starts failing, a code can fail a man as well as a man can fail a code, then I will have to submit to a new one, which may well be communism.
It sounds like you're a communist who thinks he isn't doing enough to call himself one. Nah, he's fine, I understand.
See, I am primarily a lazy person.
So, about Everard, what could you say?
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
What is bossing you to detail anyway?
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
The desk seems pretty lavish. He works in a humid, stuffy shipping container, but he's got himself a throne and a massive desk.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway, and moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
Not you would like to say. But then there's that
Yeah, exactly, the hell of a chair, he's got himself a throne. You seem to have spent a lot of time thinking about the political situation.
Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing.
End of the day, that's all he's got.
It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends.
Maybe I am Boyadero? It doesn't sound that cool. It sounds antiquated, obsolete, passé. It's not disco, isn't it? I mean, true to yourself, loyal to friends, independent in actions. I mean, there's no reason that can't be aligned with disco. Maybe we align?
No.
No. I could, but what if, maybe, unless? What if?
No. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could, effortlessly, go even wider.
Okay, that's it.
An endless torrent of time.
Can I go down? There's my down. There we go. Him, let's go. It's after 8 at night, and that body is still up there. I've almost got $10. That's 1/10 of the way to cover my tab. Oh. Kuno Wesley is still there.
Does Kuno care?
Talk to Manyan about the armor.
So?
Told me you promised to stick the pigs on him. Says thank you. Wasn't keen on chasing the armor anyway. You are now the king of the entire Jamrock?
Fuck, okay. Kuno's Kuno's a giver like that, yes?
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Whatever, kid.
What is this? Trying to be cool with your new asshole? Kuno was just being nice to you. You got fucked bad. Now limp the fuck out of here. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
It's just so charming. Okay, alright.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white
Do we
boots.
shoot him down?
Yes, we do.
Because we have to us up from the harbor. We're already using the harbor. Can we shoot him?
Yeah, bang bang time, pig. Shoot his head off.
How?
I don't know. Just shoot up there maybe, point towards a branch. Shoot the belt. The bullet will break it. If this was a cowboy western, shooting the belt would work. The branch looks pretty thick, I think. If it was more brittle, less healthy, maybe a good shot will discombobulate it enough with the weight of the body to finally make it crash down. I want to see the branch. Branch is probably the right answer. Plus, if we just shoot at the belt, that bullet is gonna fly who knows where. If we shoot at the branch, at least that's a known target.
Yes, the buckle, where it ties the cargo belt to the tree. If the shot hits
Or
that,
that.
then there might be a small
Or
chance
the
to
buckle.
release the belt.
I mean, either way, branch is branch.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss. The pigs will miss Kuno.
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
Any idea coming out of Raphael's head is gonna be a stupid one, but if Kim wants to shoot, take the shot, Lieutenant. What's the worst that could happen? Then again, this is a 7-day-old putrefying mess of decaying organic jello, barely sausaged inside a bulging skin suit, suspended over partially frozen mud by a good foot at least. It might get the boots off. That's what a superstar cop would do? Alright, let's do some disco. Let me try, no. Take the shot, Lieutenant. What's the worst that could happen? Apart from the body falling to the ground and exploding.
I'll blow his head off.
Take it. Take the shot.
Yeah, take the shot. Kuno wants some of that shit.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant
He's doing it.
unzips his jacket
He's actually doing it.
and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Shoot that motherfucker down. Easy does it, partner.
He's gonna fucking miss.
The chick's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
Oh, did he miss?
he feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
That's okay, it's not his only bullet.
Fucking idiot. Mook about asshole.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Try again, maybe?
No, we are lucky as it is.
Really?
We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised.
Come on, man.
Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
Kim, you're supposed to be the competent cop between us. What now then?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down with all the assistance.
I'm going to take a terrible decision here. Could I try?
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks.
Then shrugs and proceeds to load it
Go
anyway.
ahead. I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have one gun.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
Gotta gauge A9 armistice. Feel the weight first.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
I do enjoy the corrupted voice it gives at times.
This isn't mere boundary pushing. There is a true suicidal rage in the kid as she's provoking you.
Only 17% chance to succeed. Point the gun at Kuno while say no. Close my left eye first.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the evening light as the corpse slowly rotates.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
Still only 17% even with one eye closed. No. It's too low. Don't shoot. If it's not a sure shot, I'm not gonna take it.
I agree. Enough gunslinging for today.
But what about the body?
We need to go to the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools, and they have men.
Alright, fine. We'll get it down by tomorrow then, I guess. For now, there's more bottles to pick up. Give me the bottle. Kim, you're blocking it. There is a circle around my head, but nothing to interact with. I guess we could do an end-of-day report. No, go back. More cans. So we could probably ask for assistance in the meantime, and then do some investigating on the body itself tomorrow.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says,
One bottle, 10 cents. We got so many bottles
10
now.
cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money
Oh,
appears
Real
with a
90.
satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Officially 1/10 of the way to being debt-free. What's in here?
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and
Too
juice
expensive.
bottles.
Forget it. I can't afford that. Alright, time to beg again. At least this time we get to use a door. Which means we don't have to break strikes or align with supremacists. Hey, Oopa. This is a pretty cool game. For the past 3 years, I've heard about how fantastic it is from everybody else, and it turns out they were actually correct. The game is honestly pretty incredible, so I've only played it for like a day so far, but the art's fantastic, the audio's great, the visual's great, the writing is phenomenal. Okay, Union Leader. You guys made the body, could you bring it down?
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You
Help
don't
with
have
the body.
to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Cox Bongo.
Thank you very much for the Prime, man. Thank you very much.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Is it very loud? Okay, fine. I'll tweak the audio a little bit.
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo
Sorry,
belt.
MP83, didn't mean to wake you up.
Cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder.
That's right, Upa. There's always a next time.
Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
Yeah, the belt thing. Community leader, help your leader community out. Also, study the boots. Worker
I can
boots.
certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values.
More coconuts for the coconut king. Actually, did get myself a whole bunch of coconut juice after MP's phenomenal sub bomb some weeks back. But the tragic thing is, that haul of coconuts I got from it is the last of my preferred brand. My grocery store shifted, I don't know if this is providers or what, but now it's a different coconut drink. Oh, Oopa, turning me to a coconut, alright. There. Your wish has been granted.
But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And Jean, please take it easy with the race signs. That's a yes to getting the body down, no to the race signs.
We're actually going to get Jean-Luc Measurehead to help us out after he spent so much of yesterday being so obstructionist towards us.
You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates. He's the big impressive one. You know, tattoos, muscles, ethnic looking. Can't miss him. Great guy.
Yeah, he totally is.
See you soon, Debarder. Just kidding, but not too much.
You like this guy, but he's holding my gun ransom. He's all too willing to make me compromise on my morals to get things done. And he keeps calling me Harry. I told him my name is Raphael. And he nearly killed my back. Hold on. That loading tip said that skill points could forget old thoughts. So I could dedicate a point to learning some mediocre thoughts and then spend a point to unlearn it. I could forget it for a skill point, I could. Well, this feels terrible for the skill point economy. I'm just gonna be tossing stuff away then. Okay, this is lesson learned for the next time.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Manana's hint gives a bonus to subscribing to his advanced race theory. Never. You already got through him? Everett told us he'd help us get the body down for the tree. Do it. Racial superiority, man. Back into subservience for you.
So it was. You surmounted the harbor wall in a display of athletic prowess to reach my superior. Then had him give me an order. I salute your cunning, and I will remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
His groupies are going to love him no matter what happens. Ooh, you played this before? Well, I'm pretty fresh to it. All I could say is, if you have the urge to play it, go for it. I fell in love already.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
What about your groupies? Your groupies can't stand guard? I kind of feel like the cops have to have eyes on the moving of the body. The groupies find a new idol if I lock him out. Well, will there? In my physical state, that is never going to happen. So his groupies are going to be very fond of him from now until the heat death of the universe. Did I know little boy poking the body hanging yells, stuff in finish? It does kind of sound like it some of the time. But I wasn't sure, right, because I'm no expert in the language, if they were simply drawing from Finnish in a, like, in a conlang that used elements of it, or if it was vocab from it. Oh yeah, it was very clear that even if I didn't know the language, it was pretty obvious that she was saying very unnice things to me.
That would mean you're openly showing the people that you're taking the Union's side.
Like, that means showing everyone that we're openly taking orders from the Union. Now, his boss said to simply get the body down from the tree. He said nothing about making us do anything. Lieutenant, what if we don't want to do that?
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it down ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
Kim could live with it.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
I'm all for the Union, but we're here on business, not to show support to any political group.
Yes, that is precisely what it means, homunculus. This is not going to happen any other way.
Well, we need to get the body down. It's almost 9 at night. It's almost bedtime. Sure, just get it down. Kim's a bad shot. I'm an even worse shot. There's no way this is gonna work otherwise.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
And hey, if the group is gonna keep us company. Sounds like a benefit, but they're probably just gonna gush over how great Measurehead is the whole time he's gone. And while he's gone, push the button, let everybody in.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
Why are you with Measurehead? Yeah, we're the law around here. I have 2 health. Did I have 1 at the beginning? I had 2 max. I put only mediocre points into my physical abilities, so I'm already 3 feet in the grave. Apparently so. Just try to keep things going to shit. Why are you with Measurehead?
Look at him. His craniometric perfection. Are you cops or what?
Yeah, we're the law around here. No, the Union is. Apparently so.
Cool. I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
Okay, we are going to snipe and poach his groupies before he gets back. He put 0 points in there, so he had 1. Oh my goodness. I nearly died with the lights and the ceiling fan at the start. Brought me down from, it took half my whole health. We did die of a heart attack later. Simply reading a postcard from our ex something or other. Just blacked out. Title screen, restarted the game. So, keeping my Raphael alive is going to be a very precarious thing.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
He's putting the whole tree down, isn't he?
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Me too, Katya. Me too.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Evrot's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
I'll work with whoever I want. Yes, I am an unbelievably corrupt cop. I am corrupt every opportunity I get. It's none of your business.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then,
Easy success, but just barely made it.
the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
Am I gonna have enough time in the day? Between...
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
We have done no such thing. Your boss told you to move it. Did I meet Infinity Man? Infinity Man doesn't sound familiar, so I don't think I have. But it's already after 9. Am I going to have enough time to perform a field autopsy? Report in. Talk to Kim for a debriefing. There has been no side choosing. We did what we had to do to keep order.
And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
I'll know what I mean. What you mean? Alright. In that case we haven't. We might eventually. There's a box back there that I can't access. With Measurehead still in the way. Body's finally hit the floor. He just threw the limb wall off, didn't he? At least he didn't knock the whole tree down like I thought he was going to. It's optional, so I might miss him. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of optional stuff that I miss, going in blind and not knowing what's what.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Beautiful. Wipe a tear. Or celebrate in a more reserved manner. It is beautiful. The task is finally finished.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
Field autopsy time. 160... Is that Euro headsets are working today? Oh no, Oopa. That's part of why I always go for the cheaper stuff. Not too cheap because historically my earbuds and headphones have always broken so easily. A middling price is fair enough for me. If it works, it works. So when it stops working, it's not too expensive to replace.
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up!
Do we have somebody else? A doctor? Going by Kim? Apparently no. Do we have someone else to cut this shit open? Same question, different tact. Anyone else? A doctor?
No. You and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From autopsy to cleanup, to social work, everything.
Honorary rank a detective?
An honor and a burden attached to your rank once you've proven yourself able, usually after 5 to 8 years of field work. Mine is Lieutenant Detective.
And we've been on the job for 18. Yeah, we feel like detective now. We got a body down, finally.
Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now, the way I see it, it's either this, or we complete the initial interviews. We already met Evrard, that only leaves the Wild Pines representative. There's one in town, negotiating the strike. She could have information.
No need for distraction, let's do this. Yes, interview. We could always do the autopsy later. It is 9 at night. The body is finally down from the tree, so the initial mission is done. It only took me till 9 o'clock at night. What do you say the order was? 1. Investigate the scene. 2. Initial examination. 3. Field autopsy. Either this or complete initial interviews. Is it a mutually exclusive binary either or? Could I finish the autopsy tonight, then do interviews tomorrow? Let's do autopsy. Yeah. I'm gonna do autopsy. Then maybe report back in via the radio, and then go to sleep. If I'm gonna be allowed to go back to sleep in the hotel that I messed up, while I'm still $98 away from, 88 now, isn't it? Yeah? 88 real away from paying off my debt.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Papa, what exactly is a field autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
Alright, gloves. I got nice gloves. Let me get nicer ones.
I hope we do. It's getting really late for an autopsy.
For +1 interfacing. I'll come back. There we go. Visual calculus. The body probably isn't going to lie to me, so put my shades back on. Rhetoric also probably isn't going to be too important for a stiff. Esprit de corps, suggestion. Okay. I think that's the gear that I want. Pry bar, chain cutters. Maybe pry bar to get the boots off, I don't know.
The rotting man lies on his side. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
Oh, just that again?
Come back later.
Thought I meant something new.
Amuse yourself with my...
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
Okay. Isn't one of our tasks to collect the armor? Number on the victim's armor. Porsche. Find all the pieces of armor. To deck myself out in full metal battle-hardened glory. This might take a while. A long while. You got one more point to Superstar Cop? Officially more superstar than Sorry Cop? 2 points of Moralist. It's not going to be a circus. He's on the ground now, so it's not going to, like, rip his legs off.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn
Okay,
this
he
into
won't let
some
me.
kind of circus. Come
Okay,
on,
field
officer.
autopsy.
You know what a
Clap
field
my gloved
autopsy
hands,
is.
let's get in there.
You've done 100 of them. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes?
Just fill this in. The autopsy form.
That's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger.
Yes, I
The
did.
lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol. The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with,
Alright, do this entirely by the book. Assistant.
That's you.
HDB. I should be Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau, but the precinct only knows me by my dead name. HDB.
the corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says,
Fluff fluff. Fluff fluff while I'm a coconut? Oh, well I guess it has to break the coconut spell then. Can't do a fluff fluff while coconutted. My neck. Maybe no shaky shaky fluff fluff today then. Coroner's case number.
KK57-0803.0815.
It does exactly what it says. It fluff fluffs.
Next. NA. Next.
Date of birth, also NA.
Roughly 50.
I have the voice of a yoga instructor. I don't know how to take that.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
Yeah. Like Raphael himself, damage so extensive. Going to write about 42.
He nods.
Race.
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex.
Fucky, fucky!
Yeah, Konoesi, we hear you. It's 9 at night. Haven't you kids gotta go home?
Male.
The little monster exclaims.
Pigs can have sex!
Right fucky fucky, right male, right pig's gonna have sex. Now, serious super cop time, right male?
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death is what, 7 days ago, assuming he was killed that day, not the day before and brought in later.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Reduced to an alphanumeric code. The type that won't straight out say that I shouldn't order meat when in restaurants with you, because of veganism, but would still feel the judgment. Is my silent judgment really that apparent? Evidence of treatment. It must be the eyebrows, isn't it? The constant glare with these angles and the thick caterpillars. Sometimes has an effect. I've had classmates just like, they assume I'm going to say something profound just because there's these big eyebrows here. And a constant state of furrowing.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
Evidence of treatment. What exactly is treatment? What are we talking about exactly? I was thinking medical treatment. Too nice to do bad things, but also too nice to not tell you not to. I just got finished playing Far Cry 2. When push comes to shove, not nice things sometimes have to happen. As the jackal says, there is no such thing as a truly good or evil person, just a person who has not yet had the opportunity to do those unnice things. Alliteration of the scene post-mortem. He's been moved. I'm sure Kim's going to explain.
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
How did you not know that? Aren't you a cop? You're leaving a weak impression here. Say something sure-handed.
Authority, now is not the time and place. Kim knows that my mind is a bit out of it. That I was so drunk that I totally forgot who I was. And he was like, I've had worse. Didn't the footprints look like he was carried over? Yeah, wasn't he?
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dogwalkers.
But what if he was... I'm still open to the possibility that he was dead before he was moved. It could be that the decomposition material on his clothes at the dumpster was simply because it took his clothes off to get to the armor after he was already dead. Or it could be he was killed off-site and then carried over as dead. Is that not movement of the body at the crime scene?
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosenkrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
On the page, wash
The
your
corpse
hands.
cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Do I know why it's called Disco Elysium? Apart from Raphael really being into disco and waking up in the, Abyssopelagic Zone, I have no idea yet. I suppose maybe it might elucidate that title eventually. External examinations first.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
It's Latin, Disco Elysium.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
Alright, the old translate.google. From Latin to English. Disco is disco, Elysium, the disc of the Elysium. Cool.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It seems my idea that the body was killed off-site, then brought in, isn't holding any water. Mistranslated? Okay, what about Deep L then? If it's not the disc of the Elysium. Does Deep L have Latin? Detect language? It has Latvian, but no Latin. Oh well. We'll figure it out eventually.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
When am I going to get them?
Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity. After the lieutenant has gone to sleep. I hope this has helped you, my liege.
It's I learn or learn. And there was certainly plenty of that going on in the game. I kind of like how Raphael here drank himself into complete amnesia. How that functions in a way for this super cop who's been in this world for his whole life, been a cop for 18 years, now knows as much as a player, and they both go on the same journey of exploration. I'm going to listen to my drama and omit the boots. Everything else is taken by scavengers, as they will once more.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.
Alright, the serial number though, that's gonna be like a discrepancy then.
The are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design.
I'm not gonna steal the boots. It's just gonna be a lapse in the paperwork.
Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a national pattern. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a triggered mini.
What's the better play then? Because even if I put the boots in the report, and there's gonna be a window of opportunity when Kim comes to sleep, it's not out of the question that somebody else, somebody local, would have taken the boots away. I did accept the quest for every single piece, I did. Well, it's omitted from the record, but the serial number is in the record, so...
The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with the age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch hair moving on, write it down. Touch the hair first, then write it down.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet. The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to the latex of the glove, like thread off a ragdoll's head.
Just a bit of kindness.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You
Yes,
think Kuno
Kuno
doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
A man for high velocity? Nah.
Ligature mark.
Getting the polyester, hard stench.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the bell so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
I'm prepared. Pet the chain cutters. Good thing about these chain cutters. Pull out the rubber gripped cutters. But the same one though, we could pet them. Pet the chain cutters.
The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Good thing we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
My pig, aww. He's speaking of us in fondness now.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
28% chance. Okay, but if I look for a good spot first, before randomly cutting, it cannot be retried.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck. swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
That didn't give me any benefit. I mean, I gotta cut it off, right? It's only how bad of a cut it's going to be. I'm not actually gonna cut his head off. I make a bad cut, then all the effluent spills out, and I puke for a 4th time.
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already, they're buried deep in the man's flesh. Then you rotate them to get a better hold. Then...
I am totally going to be chopping away at this guy's neck. I'm going to be butchering this to get at some cord. Physical instrument failure. I was 3 off. Already buried in the man's flesh. Rotate them for better hold. A bit more rotating, I think.
A really, really bad smell is coming from there now. And some kind of cracking sound.
Okay, cut.
Yeah, fuck him! Fuck that buggery! Corpse fucking time!
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
Yes, please. Let Kim handle this. I am too sober for this now.
He sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbow to his knee for precision. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
Here. The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
Hemorrhaging is too hard to spell. I'm just gonna write down exsanguinated.
Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia...
Oh, the kids are gonna love that.
No! It's gonna happen soon!
Uh-huh.
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Does it look like he was enjoying his moment of death? How on earth are we gonna ascertain that? Inspect it myself? No, the kids will have a field day. Gonna trust in Kim's analysis, write it down, move on.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Symmetrical intact, upper lower extremities intact, asymmetrical. Combat injuries, okay.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
Extensive scarring. Way more than law officials.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands.
Pick it up. Let the lieutenant work alone. I and the man with the clipboard tonight.
Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle.
Expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Maybe he would have needed 2 pairs of eyes.
Working so close to the fumes coming from the corpse must be hard. You realize suddenly that the lieutenant has been barely keeping it together these past 2 items.
Plus, he is farsighted.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
2, internal examination. Who's got the clippers?
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
A moral to the story. Alright, if my conceptualization wants to add a moral to this.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
The brain is very vulnerable to compromises in its blood supply.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
He's rolling with it.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related.
Plan of the orb.
Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
Hey, Corpse Eater, welcome. Just in time for us to perform some field autopsy with an audience of rude kids watching. Oh yes, in time for a feast. When we're done with the autopsy, maybe we could have a little bite. There's enough gravy coming out that I'm sure the morgue and processing isn't going to miss a little bit of biomass.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
See, gravy? Just grab some bread, just scoop it on up.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
Couldn't OSC not
the
now.
hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands.
Look inside the dead man's mouth. Before I write it down, learn enough from Kara no Sojo that know things might be hidden in there.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his.
That feels like a warning, not to look deeper inside, but I feel compelled to. My own Inland Empire is telling me to look in.
It's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something from your stomach and into your mouth. You're forced to swallow, just to keep looking.
I'm gonna die if I swallow my own vomit.
Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess of meat and darkness.
This is critical information, was well worth it.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
Okay, write it down.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
What? Don't we have to write anything? Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
No. What's a hepatobiliary? Hepatobiliary. Hepatobiliary. Having to do with liver plus the gallbladder, bile, ducts, or bile. Oh, there you go. I love liver.
Neither am I.
And that's it?
That's it.
That's it.
Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
The completionist in me wonders if there's something we could still do. I mean, it's going to a morgue. This is only the field autopsy. Our own initial observations. Initial 7 days later. Before more thorough expert proceedings.
Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
NA and toxicology requested.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits lividity in the lower extremities, feet, hands, and neck. Visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
Last field on the list.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Write it down, omit the voila. Write it down. Keep the voila. This time I will.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries, a summary.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
What about the injuries we inflicted? Hey, what about that?
Oh, so we inflicted them?
This is a team effort.
You mean the incision on the thorax from a chain cutter? That was not a team effort, and I wouldn't mention it. Muddies the water.
But isn't that sloppy? Isn't it? It is an injury that we added to the body afterwards.
Be pedantic if you like, it doesn't matter. No one else is going to investigate this man's murder. And if they do, such details would only confuse them.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Are you going to join the rude kids crowd with her? Sure, I could always use more hecklers.
Now, injuries.
What's the fourth field for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Okay, just in case. To add the injury to the neck from the clippers that I added. Bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Fatal or non-fatal post-mortem. Clearly it wasn't the birds.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions?
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury. A stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Yeah, Kuno, we hear
Has
you.
confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Kuna. He is silent with it.
There, Kuno, you got your max velocity down in the official police record.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal, post-mortem.
Right. Next.
Ligature marks? Unless, what if he was alive? Somehow. And Kuno really did slay him? No, that's not what happened.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured. The cervical column intact.
The cervical column is tacked despite my sloppy clippering.
I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and
There was a
below the
cracking
ligature
sound
mark.
even.
Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
No signs of clawing on the neck. He might have been unconscious before he was tied up.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
Now, I'm still at the possibility that he was dragged over here dead and then hung. Tackling streamer maximum velocity. Emerging on the skin above and below the ligature mark. Bones fracturing might have happened, regardless if he was alive or dead. Yeah, we checked. Kim got himself a good look, and Kuno and Kunoese had a field day with it. Dark red abraded ligature mark, so I'm thinking the body is responding as if it was alive. So it probably was a fatal injury. It's only the opinion, we put in a toxicology report, maybe. Processing is gonna find something.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up.
Task
I
complete.
pronounce this field autopsy over.
And 8 o'clock on the dot even. How'd it go?
Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy.
And others?
We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
And what else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
And so, Kim, what now?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
So, we still got a report, right? It's 10 o'clock at night. But there were a few things you had to call on the radio to check in on.
He's thinking, did I miss something? I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Perception. -1 because of established probable cause. I mean, again, I'm still open to him being killed before he was hung. These two might not know it, but if I didn't establish probable cause, I'd have enough of a critical eye to find something, maybe. One more search.
You run
Damage
your
morale.
hands over the victim's
Failure.
cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough.
Pants again. Fingernails like Kim already did. Kim didn't get a good look at his hands, did he? He's far-sighted, plus he was a bit overwhelmed by the stench.
His fingernails have turned dark. They're chipped and quite long. There is dirt under them. That's all.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Got a gut feeling there's something more to this corpse. Something we're not seeing. There's gotta be more to it.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He's disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Can't he just hang out here for a while longer? Let's say, long enough for me to collect his boots. Where do you find a fridge for the body? Can't he just hang out a little while longer?
If you want for this task to slowly become impossible, then yes. Otherwise, no. He's been hanging out far too long already. We need to ice him.
The Whirling's kitchen? Maybe the big locked freezer in the back of the kitchen?
Not to mention the damage that would be dealt to the force's reputation by the corpse just rotting here like this.
Okay, where do you find a
It
fridge?
would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know, but only if all else fails.
No, Kuno isn't gonna be any help at all. Only way Kuno is gonna help us is if we use Kuno's shed and we preserve the body in the salt of Kuno's cocaine.
Fuck are you looking at, Beano man? You want a piece of the Kuno? Wanna get fucked?
Only if all else fails.
Another look at the body
Hurry.
first.
This is one task we cannot sideline.
Locked.
With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
Okay, gotta find ourselves a kitchen first. But first, it has been 4 hours, so I'm gonna give myself another BRB and refresh my tea. And I see Kim has a dialogue option to talk to. We'll do that as soon as I get back. It is getting hot in here. Summer solstice, so maybe the sun could chill out after this. Alright, so. Kim, what does Kim want?
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
Yeah, what about that? I haven't paid the cafeteria manager for the damages yet.
We should take care of that, then.
I've only got $11. 11.88 real.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Will accrue an even higher
Although
debt.
he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
Okay, but first I want to use a car radio and get some more reporting in. There's a car. I am good at navigation. Will my Java back up? Interfacing. I don't need Half-Life for talking on the radio. Rhetoric. Probably want rhetoric more than reaction speed. Exchanging conceptualization for suggestion? That's alright. Purple is good for me. Okay, that'll do.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Okay, first things first. We're in a serial number from a pair of armored boots.
Field officer, what's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully
What is
they'll have dug up something
ICP?
useful by then.
This universe has an insane clown posse database?
The International Collaboration Police? They keep detailed records of all military technology produced by licensed manufacturers. That's one of the reasons the Moral Intern spearheaded the creation of the ICP in the first place.
What's a morale intern?
Officer, as much as I appreciate your efforts to lighten the mood, we both have important work to get back to. Did you have any other serious questions?
Civilian Sylvie, this late at night, she's probably asleep. I'll call back tomorrow. 41st.
Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Okay, we can't report anything else. Having fun in the body. Any personal details we can gain from him?
Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
Also to think about.
You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your memory. Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
It's 10 at night. I can't imagine anybody else is still in the office.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
Alone in the room. Need some confidential information about myself. Wanted to know if you got my badge description right in your report. Read it back to me. Name, rank, date of birth. Refer to the last name of the future. News about family. Life before the RCM. Were you alone?
That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12 visitors present here. Over.
Okay, let's wrap this up then. I've already found out most of this information in other ways anyway.
Understood, sir. Over.
Actually, I lost my gun too. They don't have to know about that. It's being held hostage by the Union. We're gonna get it back anyway.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Alright, so... let's try the cafeteria then. The refrigerator is very, very small. But maybe this will get me to the refrigerator in the back. Oh, there's so many people out and about now, but I can't interact with any of them. There's all these people waiting for me to regale them with some sad karaoke, but I haven't got a tape.
Can I help you?
I'm in need of a fridge, please.
Yes, yes. For the dead body. You want to put a dead corpse into my fridge, right?
Yeah, that's the gist of it. Kim did say to be more discreet, right? No, that's not it at all.
You're lying. You're not putting a dead body into my fridge.
Why? He's gonna say something mean, but why?
Because this is a culinary establishment, not a morgue. I can't believe you even asked me.
It's gonna be Kuno.
It would only be for...
Lieutenant, you too? You're asking too? No. The answer is no. I will not turn this place into some kind of macabre circus.
It's been a macabre circus already. You had that thing out there hanging like a Halloween skeleton for a week.
Wow. Turned the lieutenant off like he was a busted old radio. He really is the lord of his realm.
Let's go talk to the freight clerk.
Alright, buy it is then. And Frit Clerk is gonna say no too. She's barely out of her GCSEs. Doing this for barely minimum wage. Working from morning till night. Hasn't got the authority or the motivation to stuff any corpses into her freezer.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Does Frit have a warehouse at the back of the Rodigan Rags?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
Come on, give me something. This is important.
She scrunches up her face into an expression of consummate adolescent skepticism.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
You have a fridge then?
Right behind you.
I didn't see it. I didn't see how big it is. It's behind me and my neck can't turn around that well.
Yeah.
I need to store a corpse in there or enough about it. Enough about the fridge
She's
for now.
Playing with her hair.
Let me see, where's that fridge? Where's that wicked fridge? It can't be these. It can't be that. What's in here?
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
In heaven. I need it all so bad. Say nothing, take it in. This is not a good place for a recovering addict. Say nothing, just soak it.
The beauty, the truth, the poetry of it all.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that.
Tell me more of the products. Any under-the-counter vices. 5 whole real for Commodore Red. 30 for Pale Age vodka. Even a potent Pilsner beer is a whole 3. Cheap cigarettes though, just $2.90 for Astro cigarettes. Okay.
Is this
Gotta be
about the
forward.
questions again?
Need to store a corpse in there.
Yeah. You're joking, right?
Just a joke, bad joke. Measure the fridge through fingers, one eye closed. Oh, never mind, I'll never fit. Need to store the corpse of the hanged man in your fridge.
Okay. It wouldn't even fit, you know.
Now that I'm looking at it, maybe a glass-doored fridge in a public grocery store.
See, it's gotta be Kuno after all.
Storing a corpse.
You're right, plus it's too small anyway. Thanks, freak clerk.
Okay.
Alright. Back to Kuno, king of his domain. Hey, one of the racists is gone. Gardener, can we keep it in a greenhouse? Okay, Kuno, it's almost 11. Let me just have this.
Good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
By the way, Kit is a racial slur.
Thanks, Encyclopedia. I kind of figured that. Number 2 is definitely not going to be used. More accurate slur. Anywho, I'm gonna waste nothing but time if I engage with these kids. So, ignore them for now. We have questions.
Shoot that shit at Kuno, Pigonaut!
Kuno, we need a fridge.
For the fuck imp! Good thing you asked the Kunmeister. Kuno knows a fridge. Perfect for freezing.
Okay, so where is it?
Bacon Man's in a rush. But what's in it for the Kuno? What's the return on Kuno's investment?
We're buds with Kunos, we get a bonus. Convince the Kuno to spill the beans.
By killing in his territory, someone has openly challenged Kuno. It's in his best interest to put them in their place.
Some arrogant shit thinks he can kill in Kuno's kingdom without asking the Kuno first. Sounds like lawlessness to me.
A dark flame smolders in Kuno's eyes as he ponders your argument. Wordless, like kings do.
This outlaw's fate is in your hands. Let's make an example of him. Help me locate him using fridge body technology.
Alright, Kuno hears ya. See that shit house over there?
A cold comes over you as you glance behind him at the crumbling colossus there, casting a shadow on you.
The ones that's been locked this whole time?
You gotta get in that shit. In there, deep.
How do I get in the building though? It's locked.
Through the bookstore. You gotta beg the book bitch. Used to be you could get in there through the doorbell, jam that shit. Book bitch changed that. Kuno doesn't beg, so Kuno doesn't go there anymore.
My dude, it is 10:30 at night. I just want to go to sleep and get this thing done.
Yeah, book bitch, beggar. You stupid or something?
He means the bookstore. We have to ask. Plaisance is the mother of the little girl peddling books on the plaza. We have to ask Plaisance in the store.
They gotta be closed by now. There's no way.
Keeping, Lieutenant.
There's no way they're still open.
See,
we can't do
the
this
crowd
then.
Gets it. Listen to your four-eyed friend.
What do you mean in there
Check
deep?
the fucking basement, pig. Don't you know anything? Always check the fucking basement, recon style. There's a giant fridge down there. Fucking will fit, no problem. It looks like a white bird or some shit. Try not to piss yourself when you see it.
Well, thanks Kuno, the only actually helpful person. Which is pretty sad to say for this
You
town.
didn't hear it from Kuno, pig. But don't forget where you heard it from.
Kuno owns you now, pig. You're Kuno's property.
Okay,
Kuno
goodbye
doesn't
Kuno.
fucking care.
We're gonna get more decomposition if we wait till morning for this then. Okay, so Kim, could I get you to wait over here?
Yes? Excuse me?
Beat it, you're crapping my style. What if I want to work this alone?
Detective, if I may be frank, you seem to be in a deranged state. You have trouble remembering things. You've misplaced your badge. I cannot let you act in the name of the RCM without supervision until you've regained control of your faculties.
What if I need some me time?
Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You'll still have your evenings to yourself.
It is 10:30 at night. This is evening. This is non-work hours.
Please do. We wouldn't want your regiment to spill over into the
Alright. So... This is still lit up. Freedom and roaming upstream, and all these books are getting rained on. It's locked, but the lights are on. And there's no way in otherwise.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East
Revachol Ice
Delta
City, is that
Commerce
the
Center.
basement?
Silence. No one answers the doorbell.
Where's the bookstore? Does the bookstore have a card in here I can hit? No? Rolling in Rags is building B. Building A, main hall.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then A woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling
Nice,
here.
it's-
Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Fuck off, pig! I'm Kuno. I don't give a shit. Let me in. Or this: the police. Please open the door. Trying random doorbells. It would be pretty ridiculous for this vaguely 40 to 60-year-old man to play Kuno. It's the police. We don't sound anything like Kuno. She could hear our voice, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again.
Honest answer's always wrong, gotta be
A
Kuno.
single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. You hear the same...
I locked myself out.
No one picks up the receiver anymore.
Probably could have made her irate to come outside to chase Kuno off. That's my moment to charge in. Whirling in rags. Could I get Garte out?
Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell.
Of course they don't.
They don't want to talk to you.
Delta Pinball. Entrance from Building B. Empty
This
card.
button looks new, but someone has removed the name card.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Silence. No one answers your call.
Alright, so the bookstore is closed, and I ruined my chance to get a route by pretending to be Kuno. I guess I'll just sort my stay for the night. Or Spotty is gonna be a mess by tomorrow then. Is there more room back there? There is. But probably not pertinent.
Can I help you?
About the money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
An arrangement for tonight at least?
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
It's cold out. I'll freeze to death because I'm losing the stupid money game.
Game? Everything is just a game to you, isn't it?
Conversation getting nowhere.
Not until you bring me the money.
Kim, you wanna help me out?
I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Has he got a blank check to put this on the city's tab? Kim, what you have in mind?
Yes?
Keep overshooting the car.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport
Well, we could
enclosure.
sell, but unless the pawn shop is 24 hours.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage.
Suspect transport enclosure.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are these things? What you mean you confiscated them? Thanks, appreciate your help. Take the spinners. Don't take the spinners, wouldn't be right. What are those things?
There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
If vanity he wouldn't mind.
Oh, he wants them for himself. What you mean he confiscated them?
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
So you took his spinners?
Mm-hmm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
Kim, isn't that corruption?
I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Him isn't exactly the straight cop. Do you want me to put these spitters on your machine? On your kinema?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Does it get a personal park to put them on? Yeah, outrageously cool.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
I'm sorry you have to sell them because of me. It's only right that we sell them. I'm sorry you have to sell them because of me. You offered this, man. This is your decision. But I'm sorry all the same.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate your help.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Okay, so where is this pawn shop? That's probably not going to be open at 10 at night. Hold on. There's probably going to be more tare between here and there. More gloves. Electrochemistry. Roy's pawn shop. Okay. Are they open? They are actually open. I don't have to sleep on the streets tonight. Got a machine. Military wear. Bust. Film projector. Anything in the way of sad music.
Rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, and then use it to win her back.
Inland Empire, you're still holding on for her. Interfacing an even 58%. Think of a truly cool figurine. Win her? Who's her?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Why?
Nice.
What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What is this, shopkeep?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a phone tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain
Only
price.
50.
I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
It's only 50 cents. I can make that up with 5 bottles.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky?
Oh, yeah.
Always carry it with you.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from him.
Can I? Can this become a modifier that adds to my rolls from now on? What'd I pick up? That's not a tool. Just an item with a price. Pretty decent price, only 0.0 off, 0.8 off. Now what's up here? Stereo
the
stuff?
Boxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Stereo 8 approved machine. I can't, I'm on duty right now. I got no money, I can't buy stereos. Could have come in handy my police work.
If police work means playing tapes, sure, you can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Does it have a tape in it?
Like a beach party, with sand and sun and seagulls dancing on the breeze.
Kim, theoretically, could I bring this to a beach party?
Theoretically, yes. But we don't have time right now. It's generally murder investigation first, then beach party.
Actually, it doesn't have to be a beach with a boombox like that. I'll bring the party to the streets.
You can play it any way you like. And I guess since you're a police officer, no one can arrest you for it.
Is it in working order, though?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
Okay, that's all for that. What's this thing?
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
We could explore it later in the morning.
If
We're not
you
gonna sell
don't
some
mind,
junk.
Please put the flashlight away. Some of us have photonic sensitivities.
Somebody find a response to the flashlight. Sorry about that.
I do appreciate it. It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I feel like I'm interrupting you. It's shameful how insufficient the police presence is in these parts. Not that the RCM is here. I've had trouble lately. I just want to sell stuff. I want to sell stuff and go to bed. I'm interrupting you, aren't I?
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Quite a collection. I may have something to add to it. Typical Vicus consumerist objects. Honestly, I think some of your selections are more tasteful than others. Business plan over the place, specialize, zoom in, recapitulate. In the morning. I could talk shop with them. For now, please take my garbage.
Keeps me entertained.
Electrochemistry. It's a white check. I could retry it. If I fail it, put some equipment on that aids electrochemistry. Think my gloves, fingerless gloves, might help for that. Any guns? Sell first.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince?
200 real.
Jump a misc banger.
I don't have to sleep on the streets.
No matter. I'll
Kim.
give you 200 real.
Kim, thank you. I love you.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 100 real you need for your bill.
Oh, just 100. Okay, it's your hubcaps. That's fine.
The windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Photo of a corpse, no. Sell my clothes, no. Commemorative pin. I'll check my pockets. Access my pawn menu. Well, I can't buy back Lena's pin until I sell Lena's pin.
Jean-Baptiste summer dinghy rates is 31. What a pleasant time that was. So, what do you want to know? Price? I can give you 320 for it.
Can you hold on to it for a few days before putting it up for sale? At least it's cheap to get it back.
Sure, I can keep it behind the counter for a week.
Okay.
But only if you pawn
That's
it
fine.
right now.
But 320, what a ripoff.
A pin from 31 ought to be priced at 310, but I added another 10 cents just to be nice. Sure
Nice of
thing.
him. All right.
So, do you want
Then
anything
time for
else
my
you're thinking of
pockets.
selling?
Green apple pen, green 8 pen. Appears to be the only pen I've got. I gotta hold on to that. Pin. So how do I do this? Remember to pin, pawn. Some things are lit up, some things aren't. Is that just for new stuff? Okay, I think I see if this works then. On it. Push the button for the pin. Lieutenant's handkerchief? No, that's his. We gotta hold on to that. Postcard from the Grand Couronne. I'm pretty sure it's just junk unless anybody really wants a postcard for the Grand Couronne. Project fails catastrophically, leaving behind an opiate and hepatitis B infested slum. Ugh. Postcards. I don't have a need to sell anything yet, especially with this windfall of 100 real.
Another time, perhaps.
Buy back the pin. It's sold for 320. It's gonna be like 30 now, isn't it?
Yes. Fortunately, I still have it. 330 and it's yours.
Fine. It only costs 10 cents.
Here you go, officer. Anything else I can do for you?
No, because it's after midnight and I have got to get to bed. Maybe tomorrow. Got to get to bed and the corpse is still hanging outside in the rain. Fully exposed to the elements.
Can I help you?
Okay, the money I
Yes.
owe.
Have you got it?
Got your money.
Well,
Here's 100 real. Slam it on the counter, hope you choke on it. Here it is, sorry for your trouble. Slam it down.
great, perfect. I hope you enjoy your freezing cold room with the window you broke yourself.
New skill points.
Really worn down his patience. Even paying him didn't help.
I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Starting tomorrow, please pay for each night in advance.
20 real per night.
If you don't have the money, it's over for you. Got it? You've got nowhere else to stay.
Yeah, clearly I
Time
don't.
stops advancing after 2 in the morning. If you haven't paid for your room by then, it's game over.
Game over by
Don't
2.
leave finding money to the last minute, however. It's harder to make cash after nightfall when the shops are closed and the streets empty.
What about my clipboard? My clipboard's got like official forms to find people. Can't I do a bit of corruption and find everyone? Like 25 real minimum. Maybe 100 if I'm feeling petty.
I'll take a room here too.
Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
A drink.
Do
Well
I have a
deserved this
shaker
time.
in my hand? Is this a shaker?
Well then grab one.
He sounds irritated.
No, there's nothing there. You sound irritated. Why? All I want is a drink.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why?
Well, I'm smiling. Because you're not a bartender, you're a kitchen manager of 3 kitchens.
That's right. I'm the cafeteria manager.
Cafeteria manager, sorry.
I'm glad we cleared that. Was there anything else?
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
Got it. I want a fucking drink now. You don't understand the seriousness of the situation. I'm an alcoholic, I need my fix. I'm an alcohol operator detective. If you want me to clean up the dead body and solve the case, you need to insert alcohol into my mouth. I'm an alcoholic. This is how you fix me up. Without it, I'm a mess. With it, I could wean myself off over time.
Even more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Was there anything else you needed?
Alcohol operative
other than
detective was really the right
alcohol?
answer?
Do I have a
He sounds irritated.
Am I smiling? That's right.
Play it calm.
Alcohol
This
operative
man
detective
needs
then.
to understand. You
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out of a glass or a pineapple?
Glass, pineapple, you do not want to taunt me when it comes to marinellas.
Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. I have work to do and broken things to fix. If that was all, I'd like to return to it.
Fine, so there is no drinks out of him. What's complete now? Read the watermarks, rest of the armor. Getting body down. Find booze and drink it. Equip it to your hand, and the magic will happen on its own. Whirling secret passages. Find a way to it. Tattoo's meaning, number on the armor. Special borscht. Ah, but he's gone for the day. Get the boots off the victim's feet. Wild Pines wrap. Water to processing. Bridge the body. Find more money. Okay. But it's late enough. Let's get morning in. Maybe. Sleep might fix my morale, I can only hope.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
So, if he split up for the night, does that end the day automatically, or could I send him to his room, and then while he's out, rush outside, and then some scavenger steals the boots off the body now that's on the ground?
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
I didn't know he smoked, that surprised me too.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Not now, electrochemistry. I want to pick up smoking, no. How'd you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this?
No, not that, just in general.
It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Right then, to the debrief.
It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went then? We made very minuscule progress, but given my condition, not bad?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up.
But the body's gonna be a soup tomorrow.
In addition, we got that body down from the tree, and we performed the field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we're missing something, but we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great.
He's right. You could smell it. That something is missing, even under the overpowering odor of the corpse.
Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
It's my forte. I love smoke cops, understand how important communication is line of work. Love doing interviews and people love me. Hit or miss. Initial interviews. I talk to some people. Wish you didn't have to. People are treacherous. That's my forte.
Very important indeed. Well, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
Could get him to tell us more. He's a tough cookie. Right, gotta unlock that door. Maybe that before bed then too. We got to what, 2 a.m.? A little intimidated by him, honestly. He has stuff on me, but it's public stuff. It's names and stuff people have observed on me. We can get the cookie cracked.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
Well, I don't know about that name. I like Raphael
That's
better.
normal. It's best not to give it too much thought.
Kim must have had doubts about his name at some point too, but deliberately discarded them.
Have you ever want to change your name, Kim?
Change? No, not exactly. But I think all of us at some point imagine what our lives might have been had we been something else.
Is that why he's so chill and kind of halfway supportive about this whole we want to be Raphael thing? Living the fantasy and opportunity through us voraciously?
And then we feel trapped by the names we've been given as symbols of the intentions and expectations of others. Even if I were to change my name now, upon hearing any syllable that sounds like Kim in the street, I turn to see who was calling me. But let's move on to the White Pines Ride.
Didn't get to it. Not today, there's always tomorrow.
No, we didn't. It's very important that we do it tomorrow latest. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I thought time passed naturally. Had to run everywhere. Part of the Jamrock shuffle. Don't like to waste time, you know. Mine moves fast, the rest has to try to keep up. Training for long distance running. This guy can barely keep half his health alive. That's just how we roll in Precinct 41. I don't know why I do the things I do, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. It's a Jamrock shuffle.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
So what are our powers exactly in the RCM? If he lays it out for me, can I do a bit of like corruption and give people tickets to pay me on the spot on the street?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines.
Exactly,
of up to
imposing
1,000
fines. I got the
gold
forms.
for
Let me
offenses
impose the
in
fines.
accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse? Let me abuse it. I gotta come up with 10 was it 10 or 20 real? Every single day was 20, wasn't it?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
But why not 1,000? Why 1,000? Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
What else then?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
You be sure the arrestee will show up. If they don't, well, then you arrest.
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
And if somebody resists...
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
So if I kill someone on duty, what happens to the people? What if we kill?
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness.
Of course, the police investigate the police, and the police say it was alright.
Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Internal Affairs is always so... thorough in fiction? What happens to those we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
And who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the citizens. Let's say it was a coalition government. Let's say nothing. Because my brain is an empty sponge here. I have lost my place in the world. I need more information.
Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum.
What is a moral intern?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
Again, Kim, full on amnesia. If I didn't know, how'd you describe them? Pretend I don't. I really don't know. That's how bad it is in here.
Okay. There are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
Most important question, what is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something ominous.
And their beliefs?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
And who again is Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
But Kim, what are your thoughts?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
Probe him. Does he like the moral intern?
Yes, I did.
Did?
When I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
Have an opinion? Watch out, Kim. Raphael's got an opinion of the moral intern.
Do you?
Things are bad out there. Point to city. We need them here, giving us the right to police Revachol. They've done an awful job here. Have you seen this place? This isn't humanism. We are the we're the stooge of the world's biggest bourgeoisie organization, protecting bourgeoisie rights. And we're cops. That's just defining cops. Mutter silently. Immigrants, liberals, fucking men turning into... On second thought, I don't have an opinion. Alright, fine. We are the stooges of the biggest bourgeoisie organization.
No. We're stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol.
I was close
That's the
then.
hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes.
Vigilantes okay with me? Vigilantes sound bad? Maybe we should make our own laws? What? Our own agency and self-determination? Radical thoughts here, man.
Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this? Because Kuno is high and Kuno Wessi is a terrible influence on him?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts.
And in Jamrock and the GRH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Night. Captain Ptolemy Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
Won't change anything, or hope our investigation will help improve the situation here. One could hope.
Me too, but I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Debrief. Nice up on me. What else could I do? Right. Before we go to sleep. Forgot that the union gave me a job to do a bit of light spooking to some whistleblower. I don't want to, but I got to. So where did he say that was again? The clothes of the trash. Find this person. May take a while. Union box? Keep an eye out for them. Pissing competition. After the initial inspection, the dead body is done. Okay. Could do that before bed too. Reality lowdown still waiting on. Booze. Special borscht. What's the door one? Open apartment door for Everett. Behind the greenhouse, in the yard, basement door. Got it, I remember now. It's all the way down here and back. It's only after midnight. So plenty of time to quickly unlock somebody's door. What's this? Garden hose. Garden hose is not a door. How about I take my flashlight back? Tools? There's some fellow up here I haven't spoken to either. Door.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
What do we hear?
The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
Well, it's almost midnight. The birds are all asleep. Knock on the door.
You knock silently. The upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment.
I guess no one is in?
Lieutenant, what do you think?
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself. Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
It starts with stealing hubcaps in the line of duty. So, you don't mind if I unlock the door?
I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his busy work. But if this gets us to the bottom of this hanging, then I'm willing to look over it.
Pragmatic,
On
Kim.
the other hand, we could just leave and tell Everard we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it.
That's what I'm hoping for. Who was to say we didn't unlock the door? And that whoever's in here unlocked it later, or just locked it back up later. And we did put an extra point into drama? Lie? That's an option?
Yes. Presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this. Besides, if you never open it, you're never gonna find out what's behind the door.
Do I need to know what's behind the door? What I need is information for the case. And as much as I support the unions and hope for their success, that doesn't include doing their dirty work in the capacity of an officer. Deuces, we had the key. Who's to say we haven't? We'll rub it against the bricks to make it look as if the keys had use. There, it's been done.
This is a wall on the side of
Very
an
low
apartment building.
conceptualization. With the +2, it's still only 3%. In the dimming light, something becomes clearer. It's a white check. There's no harm fitting a white check.
You have no clue. It's just a wall.
Only off by 8. 2 and 2 on my dice. Okay, that's a rolls more than me.
So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Do I have anything for conceptualization? Clothing? Suggestion? Visual calculus? No. No additional boosters for me. Trash can. Trash can with bag in hand. To Tare. Hold on, just having a thought.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Kim, bullet holes. Look closer first.
The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. Just chips in the sandstone.
So it's old? Kim, look at the bullet
Where?
holes. Chips in the wall? Cops, we should solve it. One, it's ancient if it's this weathered. Could be drunks or kids shooting stuff up.
There? Those are old.
Yeah, exactly. What do you mean old?
These bullets were fired during the revolution, over half a century ago. They do not warrant investigation.
Kim, it's bedtime. Tell me a bedtime story about the revolution.
Not much.
Your
I don't
skill
have a
points.
fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Okay, what about this pissing contest? Case? Camera anything?
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of
Personal
hearing about your
affairs.
personal affairs.
I can't remember which one takes the pissing match, if anything.
Really? You look fine to me.
Unbelievable damage. Saw myself in the mirror, no idea who I was.
This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer. Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use
Call
the
my
radio
station's
like
Lazarus.
to call your station's
That's the thing I
Lazarus.
can do then.
Was there anything else you wanted?
And if I have until 2 a.m., right? If I have till 2 a.m., then I could always take some time to call the Lazarus. Now that set itself takes time.
Inside, you see a set of steering
Let me
levers,
click
a
continue.
radio microphone, a pull-out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
To my station's Lazarus, not the 41st. Oh yes, to the 41st. I'm the 41st, right. Station 41's Lazarus.
It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Routine checkup. Told to call the Lazarus. People are worried about me.
Oh, it's you.
It's me. Are you used to this, doctor?
Was that a snarl or a suppressed groan? No love for you here.
You know who I am? I couldn't reach up and grab a tie from a spinning fan without unbearable pain shooting through my arm. I think I've had a heart attack. I've lost my memory. All these are true. I've had a heart
And
attack.
you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile? Even better.
Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that.
Really? Don't worry about a heart
Officers
attack.
your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life.
Thanks. That puts me so much more at ease. But I tried to grab a tie from a fan with unbearable pain.
Hard to tell exactly what it was over the phone. Could be a combination of peripheral neuralgia and high blood pressure. Could be that you were having a heart attack. Or
So casual about it.
It could be both, given your profile.
Both sounds bad.
Yep.
No wonder I'm in such pain. I feel like I've been damaged.
Yes, probably in more ways than one.
You're detecting very little in the way of empathy from Dr. Gottlieb.
Gottlieb didn't put any points in empathy.
Cut down on the drinking, pal. In fact, cut off the drinking. The drugs, too. Anything else?
I've lost my memory, all of it.
You've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol. I'm not surprised.
There is no surprise in his voice, only careless superiority.
Not surprised. Anything else?
I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
A whole new life, but the jerk I was before broke this body before I got to it.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you, or doesn't care.
And he knows who I am. He's got such recognition and familiarity in his voice.
Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain upon me.
Good fortune, you mean, right? You are basking in the floodlight of my glory.
Basking in your glory, yeah? Practically drowning in it. Please, tell me what your complaint is before I am completely submerged.
Isn't there anything you can do for me?
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body?
Yes, I want the truth. Or I can't handle the truth. Just get back to work now. I want the truth. Which probably will give me a heart attack. Or destroy all of my morale and send me back into another Benzer. Give me the truth.
You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime.
So he admits I'm a rock star.
So it's political. You're being neglected because of political reasons.
Didn't I put points into rhetoric? No, that's right, it was drama this time. Oh. Somehow I make it this personal.
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact,
I failed this role before, apparently.
Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Mactorson.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Well, we call it the Lazarus. I guess that's it then. 30 experience.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
There's no way we could contact Sylvie this time of night, but I'm gonna ask anyway.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Garte didn't give me the number. Did he give Kim the number?
Yes. Hold on.
Oh, cool.
Her number is 005 1944 298.
I either didn't realize or forgot we had the number.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Start slapping a marching rhythm.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes
It's
a bit to get to the phone.
I've only got 2 hours to complete this call.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you.
Malaika, okay.
Yes, hello?
Police calling, questions. Met before? Detective from the Rolling in Rags? Have we met? She could be the blonde from next door, but I don't know. I don't think we got her name, did we? Either way. Calling. Autolasties of work.
All right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
So guess it was. She recognizes me anyway, regardless.
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again.
Have you seen my badge and gun? You know how my paperwork ended up with the trash? First, you quit your job at the Whirling. Why?
You mean, why did I leave the bar?
Kitchen. Cafeteria.
Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
And why is that?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
Static waivers? From who?
You know who?
You think you hear a sliver of accusation in her words.
Is that you know who me? Me messing up the place.
Paranoid. She's obviously talking about someone else, not you.
Suggestion was a success. Accusation in her words. Volition failed. 8 to 16. The failure says she's not talking about me. I'm going to listen to the suggestion voice. You were talking about me.
I really don't want to talk about this. Let's just forget about this, okay?
Okay, fine.
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
Fair, but was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
Why didn't you call? Did a corpse behind your workplace bother you?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the corpse.
What does the union have to do with this? Not like the police around here?
No one calls the police. The union would get angry.
Yeah?
You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Garbage.
I am the authority around here. There's a limit to my authority then. Why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your own backyard for weeks? It was 4 days before calling us. Before calling us. How about that then?
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
She's breaking down.
Further. Show her the error of her ways. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
You ignore the law to save your own skin. No, not gonna. Even without the voices in my head arguing, which I love, by the way. What others?
The other people who live around here. Local people. I didn't want trouble.
Between racists of 2 different varieties at least in Kuno? Yeah, I get that.
Her voice is resigned and weak.
I understand. I don't need confirmation. I know what she's talking about.
You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the union, internally. Please, I just didn't want any trouble.
Don't worry about it. I get it.
You do? Oh. What else can I do for you?
Then who did make the call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the union's phone, or the one on the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on.
Long as she's giving information. Have you seen my badge?
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
No, I mean my badge. Have you seen it?
Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Not my uniform too. I should look into that. Kim doesn't have a uniform and he seems real to me. I don't need answers for every little thing. What about Kim? He doesn't have a uniform.
He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is.
Maybe it's at my house, wherever that is. I don't know where that is either.
There are officers who wear the signature Perseus black uniforms to the highest ranks in the RCM and end up buried in them as well. Others do it more casually. Looks like you're one of them.
Have you seen my gun either? Found my cloak earlier. Have you seen my policeman uniform?
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
I had disco things? Oh, wait, make sure I close.
Somewhere in a dank rental apartment, 2 police officers stand in the dark. Trash and liquor bottles cover the floor. Things are not good. One of the men, trying not to slip on old newspapers, makes his way to the window and pulls the curtains apart. Roaches scatter as the light comes in. God damn. Officer Michelle Elfboy Williams speaks to himself. His partner, Sundance Fisher, looks at the patrol uniform he's wearing, then at an identical suit frame on the wall. It's blue and covered in dust. Let's get the fuck out of there. He turns to Williams. He hasn't been here in days.
Has she seen my gun then?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective.
Really? When was that?
You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and...
She stops. And what? I don't want to know. What happened? What did I do?
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it.
That
You
sounds
said it calmed you,
extraordinarily
and then you
dangerous.
started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
No wonder she quit.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them.
Off of what?
You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that, people don't like that. Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it after.
Okay, forget the booze. This guy should, he doesn't belong anywhere near a gun. He should probably take his early retirement. Why would I threaten to kill myself? Look at this world, I would love to stay. I don't know what to say. But what happened to my gun? I don't know what to say, really don't.
Me neither.
So, what exactly happened to the gun afterwards then?
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost
And I got neither.
owned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
Did I pawn it? Could I simply walk down the street and buy it back? I didn't see it at the store. Do you know my paperwork ended up with a trash container?
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the
That has been the
toilet and
toilet
retrieved
paper.
the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective?
No, that's it.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Very high empathy, 97%. And somehow now I'll take the 3% for failure. Wants to get away from me. Rigorous self-critique. But I haven't internalized rigorous self-critique though. Because I don't want to be a sorry cop. Wait, why does she seem angry with you? I wonder. Between the suicide jokes with an active gun, frightening the customers, having her unclog my paperwork out of the toilet.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her.
I've only beat it by 3.
Rags, when she was still working there.
You're mad at me, right? Tell me, what did I do? I can't remember anything, I'm so sorry.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened.
Skua thing?
Just made me want to quit.
Okay, forget the me stuff. What's the skua thing?
The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac.
Is that part of why Garte hates me so much? He's been trying to fix that bird. That was me. And then here I come down the next world. Hey, I can help you out with that bird. My Raphael has 0 tact at all.
I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there.
Sounds like me, alright. Does it sound like me? I love birds. Bitch, bird god was coming to her. Why do I always end up screwing everything up? That doesn't sound... oh no. All I can do is bury myself deeper. Wallow in self-pity? I'm gonna wallow in self-pity.
It was a pretty bird. There since I started working in whirling. I really liked her. You call her Scotty.
I broke Scotty.
There's genuine sadness in her voice.
I was the one that made you want to quit. Yeah.
Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place.
Are we the baddies?
I've had sailors fighting. Union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you...
I feel like I'm going to die. If I hear this is gonna be some kind of aneurysm. I want to know what I did.
Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more.
Hold on.
I hate
Hold
it
on.
now.
Which song?
We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody.
I'm sorry about the song.
The hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know. And then you screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being, and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman?
Big
That you
questions
fired
everyone needs to
yourself,
ask, yeah.
But you can't even do that.
Sounds intense, I'm sorry. More points towards sorry, cop.
And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen.
In the kitchen, oh.
I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself.
I get it, I was the worst.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
I'm truly sorry for everything. More points for sorry, cop. I was trying to show you the road of tomorrow. The great panic at the end. No, Apocalypse Cop. You're the worst tavern witch I've ever seen. No. She's already had to put up with us. Girl, just loosen up a little. Ugh. We're not drunk enough for that answer. I am truly sorry for everything is the only applicable thing to say at this point.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened.
Okay, but first, what else did I sing besides the oh? I'm looking for a song.
All sorts of things. Some disco, rock too. So much disco and rock.
Help me identify a particular song?
Which one would that be?
One that was really sad.
Sad? I think the one you mean is the smallest church in Saint-Saëns. Butchered that right up.
Interesting. You still have to find it, however.
Excellent. Thank you for the lead.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, the already familiar voice.
Who is on the switchboard, listening in this entire time, taking notes.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Now we're done.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
Alright, now I'm gonna go to sleep. Or quickly and surreptitiously try to find myself some extra bottles around town. Wild Pines, we haven't spoken to them yet. As for tomorrow, Humanox.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Kim, who is this?
A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane.
Didn't realize it was the Philippines. Anywho, medium encyclopedia check. Isn't Philip the guy who was on the cover of that magazine with the antlers? One of the Philips?
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How'd he blow through the entire national treasury? Stop the knowledge from pouring in?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
The man certainly knew how to live.
Would like to sleep in gold, hustler style? The king is a king and he can do anything? No, there's limits. There's no way that's true. Deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
What is nose candy? I've completely lost my memory, a lot to process. Addicted to nose candy, a bloated druggie. What's nose candy?
Cocaine.
Okay. That's a lot to process.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
And where's he buried now? The Insulindian Bay.
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
And the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled.
But it's restored. Or appears to be restored. Unless the state of the statue now was some kind of art piece.
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
Brilliant. So funny nihilistic. Such a bad idea, or really don't get art. It's definitely a bit of a thing to deliberately do it in the neighborhood of a people, pretty much using them as a prop for the art piece, so yeah, they could have done better at it.
People in Martinez tend to agree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists.
It's ironic,
the third,
bro.
The squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death.
Well, that's because he's a statue, it just looks like him. Oh my god. I see coinage. Give me the coinage. $60 whole pence. Is this boxes I could open? A whole Real 37. I'm gonna be rich. Gonna make my 20 for tomorrow. What's this? +1 to physical instrument. Walking around in a tank top. Ruins full of snow. No one lives here. Nothing else in this direction. How do I actually explore this entire map now? Still only half past midnight. Plenty of time before I have to go to bed. Line. Sewers? And another trash bin. There's nobody tossing out their bottles? These trash bins have nothing for me. Unless it's so late at night that somebody else already got to them all. And I see buttons. What have we got here?
A couple of indicator lights are
Water
missing
lock
from this
controls.
control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Probably? Then what's the harm in trying?
You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk.
And then it blows up because it was sabotaged.
Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way.
Close the waterlock on Wednesday. Why Wednesday in particular?
Isn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Ah, that's why. Okay. If that's what the sign says, then I'll trust it. Wednesday at 7:15 a.m. Got it. Hold up, what's this? Gateway to the River of Phil. Could I get into these to access anything below ground? Pry bar not gonna be of help? Okay, let's go back then. Maybe Elena is still in the cafeteria. We could at least get the pin done before bed. If not, then bedtime. I'm sure I've done everything there is to do. Elena is gone, everybody else is gone, dinner time is over. Kitchen is closed.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those.
Okay, there's something else then. We are done with everybody.
The door is...
Well, Kim, there's a circle over my head again, but I guess this means goodnight. And we have split up.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
It's been here a while. Could I finally succeed at this?
The shards sense outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside.
Now that everyone else has told me that this is my fault. Did my own hand do this? No, it had to be my shoe maybe. Because the balcony's right out there, right?
A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
What am I doing?
Something you've done before.
Assess the size of the impact.
It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe.
No, it was definitely me. I'm sure it had a good reason. We have learned that no, it wasn't. It's some grand experiment with a stupid thing to do.
Much. But hey, at least you found your shoe. Not that it will keep you warm at night. The window stands broken.
Okay, so while we are separated from Kim, a brief window of opportunity to run outside, grab some boots. We've already got the serial number in. So, oh, hold on, there's an upstairs here too. There's an upstairs here too, from the kitchen. Probably by way of that blue door.
The man is decomposing visibly now. The body is reluctant to let go of the boots, as though it were its last bit of dignity.
He's got his briefs on.
Whoa! Kuno's little sneak peeks back for the booty.
Kuno, you keep this between yourself and I.
Yeah, fuck it to pieces for us, liar cop.
Right boot
It's
first.
not completely useless. You're able to reveal a little more of the putrid polymer sock beneath the boot.
And the left.
It feels like the leg is going to come off along with the boot, but you're able to get the boot to move a centimeter or two. See? The corpse doesn't care if you try to take his boots. He doesn't need them. He's probably glad to get rid of them.
Pick up the body, shake the boots off, step on the corpse. Oh no. I'm gonna destroy the body this way. How about... I can get it back from processing, can't I? Twist the boots off one by one. I'm going to break the corpse. This is a terrible idea. It was a terrible idea trying to do it when it was still hanging from the tree. When the force and gravity would have torn this thing apart. It's gonna be just as bad doing it down here.
This is the right method. It takes some time, but eventually the boots come off, with nasty slices of polymer sock stuck to even bigger pieces of skin and rotting flesh.
Look, he's skinning the fucker up good. Puka style.
And I got witnesses. These kids just don't go to bed.
The legs look like they've been clawed at by wild animals. As for the boots, you can't possibly do anything with them until you've cleaned and disinfected them thoroughly. Yes, these absolutely need to be washed before. The stink is incredible.
I'm gonna carry these things in my pocket with this horrible flesh and stench.
Didn't the Whirling have a kitchen?
Oh, they got a kitchen, but it's closed. It's after midnight, so it's oh my goodness, they want me to clean it up. The kitchen sinks. You know what? I'm gonna make an executive decision here. I don't need these boots. I did loudly boast that I'll collect all the pieces, but I don't have to. If I only get most of everything else, that's fine. Unless, could I sell them? There's no value to them right now, but that's because they're covered in rotting flesh. Maybe if I cleaned them up, might be able to secure my rent for a couple of days.
These boots were probably left on the corpse because they were impossible to pull off while it was hanging. They're not exactly pleasant to look at right now, much less smell.
What about the canal? We can go down to the water. Could I just rinse it off in the canal?
Hopefully soon you'll know more about them.
Isn't there a saying about walking in other man's shoes?
You've seen too much to be that naive. Even if you don't remember it, you'll never know what it was like to be him.
Will I ever be able to wear
The
them?
size seems about right. Once you get the foul-smelling flesh gunk out.
I feel like I should make the executive decision and reload and leave the boots in place. Kuno, you saw nothing, right?
Fuck, does Kuno care?
Kuno doesn't care about anything, even if a pig butchers a guy's legs to steal his boots. But yeah, the water's right here. Why use the kitchen when water access? Just rinse it off, kneel down. Okay. Big decision time. To reload or to accept these boots as tribute to myself. Do I keep the boots or no? Boots with the putrid flesh that I won't be able to get rid of until after 1 p.m. So I'll have putrid flesh in my pockets the entire morning while interviewing everybody else. Try to tell Kim I have no idea where the boots went while my back pocket is dissipating all kinds of stench, or preserve the crime scene, leave it in. Choices, what's it gonna be? I'll leave the boots, I'm gonna be a good cop. It's not very disco to steal a dead man's boots. Or to put putrid flesh into the plumbings of the Union's kitchens. I'm just gonna go to sleep. Go to sleep and start the next day. Who knows? Maybe in our dreams we'll have more moments with our ancient reptilian brain fellow. Can't knock on Kim's door.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Oh, laptop is about to die. Before I sleep, I've got how many points to spend? Just the one? 2 points to spend? I got 4 points to spend. Okay, in that case. What does volumetric shift compressor do again? Does nothing. Endurance white checks unlocked. Learning cap for endurance raised to 4. Might keep that. Lonesome long way home. Is basically perception goes up to 5. And speed increases psi. It's kind of garbage for me. Superstar gives a -1 to logic, while increasing learning caps for everything else. Which sounds useless, but I like the idea of internalizing some kind of superstar, even if it holds me back. How about this? I'll keep my bad choices and simply open up 1 extra slot. And internalize. Mazovian Socioeconomics. Research time of 3 hours, at the cost of -2 visual calculus during it, but I'll be asleep during those 3 hours. And what else to put? I got 3 skill points, 3 diamonds there to spend. Empathy is king. Authority has been doing pretty well for itself. Rhetoric, I want to add 1 too. Visual calculus has a -2 from thoughts. Logic has a -1. Volition is 2. What are you about? Holding myself together, keep my morale up. Damage is -. Oh, the damage also adds stuff. Oh, I didn't realize. The damage I take also impacts my stats. Okay. So I have reason then to further spend money on medicinal stuff and make it more precarious to actually maintain enough money for making rent. Savoir-faire is high enough. Interfacing is alright. Composure's alright, I think. Perception, probably a little bit. Endurance is down to 1. Partially from damage. The game kind of hinted. Pain threshold hinted that knowing about the shoe doesn't mean that the open window is going to be any comfortable for me. Might want pain threshold to survive the night. Get into the city, body take control. Love and be loved by drugs. That is a voice I have to stop listening to. Healthy organs I might need. I got 2 points to spend. Let me get myself a point of endurance. I kind of like the idea of not letting the world kill me. more endurance, extra perception. And that's fine for now, except the changes in clothes. And hopefully a good night's sleep fixes up my morale and health. I have no idea. It's one of the first... I can interact with the tape player now. Ah, a cassette tape. Or case. But perhaps I could find a song to put into it, maybe with the stereo?
The bed is cold, and the sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
A quick save just in case the open window kills me overnight.
And then, sleep doesn't come.
But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why not?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Hopefully more sweat than puke. The blanket...
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Is this because I didn't get myself some booze? I'm gonna have myself a wicked bad withdrawal night.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him? Who?
Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Is this an exploration of my dreamscape? Foggy world to keep me locked in. And only access towards the gaping hole in the wall. Oh, they got lights here, that's nice. Oh, that's me. That's not very disco after all. With the dumpster open.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
What is this? I remember nothing. Was born in a hospital where people normally go to die. What is this first?
What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question.
Not Harry Raphael. Even my dream self refuses to acknowledge who I am? It seems suitably poetic, but I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
You said who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs? Between her legs and in her mouth.
She's a contortionist? I was left. The killer postcard says as much.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you.
Why, but it's okay, we bought this little toy. That'll totally lure her back.
Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy.
I can get it all back.
Where the hell are yours?
Or I don't want to come back. Either way, it's gonna spar him to oblivion. If he doesn't want to come back, that's probably why he went on such a bender. But getting it all back, people move on, he should move on. I don't want to come back from it all.
They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You found Elysium.
Elysium? We're going to get the title drop. He's got a disco light. What is the Elysium?
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history.
So I failed everything, the entirety of human existence.
You really dropped the ball, Harry.
No, it's right up here.
4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
Talked to you before. My inner self-doubts.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself.
Yeah, my inner self-doubts.
That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Trying to solve this case. Mine is broken and tired. Ask for help from my hang self in front of me, belittling me. Cling to something concrete. We are trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing.
Nourishing? Does that mean I'm not going to recover my health
Something wrong
afterwards?
with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
Another type. It's because I didn't drink today. I didn't drink. I didn't feed into my addiction. What other type is there?
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Oh, that's it? Just a morning poo, that's all? I did get full heal. Great. What's with full heal? Endurance is a 3, volition of 5. Gotta keep him there then.
Good going, buddy.
What was that? Just had the most beautiful dream, uplifting, rejuvenating. I'm at max health and morale, so yeah, it kind of was. Is that how it's going to be now when I close my eyes? What was that? Electrochemistry?
Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell is going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why is this happening? No, that's not it. Really, I feel super good. The stats say yes, but I feel like that's the denial option. No denial. Why is this happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more.
So just withdrawal? We could beat this, Raphael. You are stronger than this. Stronger than any electrochemistry addiction.
Don't do that. Stay strong.
Volition got it.
The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
What is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor?
Does that mean day 2 is going to come with certain debuffs to my stats until I feed the addiction and shake it off.
You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die.
Is this the angel and devil on my shoulders who tempt me?
Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it.
Well, that's gonna be more expenses then. I've only got 13.25 real. I need to find 6.75 before 2 a.m. this evening. And then a further 20 real every single day for the rest of the game. I can't afford another expense. I can take this. I'm not going to go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days?
Yes.
Basically, a week?
Yes.
Let's be honest. 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau has had a very remarkable career in his 18 years as a policeman. He's pushed himself, he needs to retire. If you're fired by then, that's perfectly fine. I can do this without the speed. Half the town won't be dead, and if it is, it's not our fault. That's not our obligation. We are not the Atlas holding up the entire world.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Where's my lieutenant buddy? First, my daily moneymaker. Cat knock on the door. Oh, this is open now. The Union box, right? Is that the Union box? What if the task was to find out who's in it? I'm assuming that's the minute. And he runs right to me. What's up, kid?
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
Why talk to them? What do you mean rowdy? The men Gart told us about yesterday, but first. They're rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Why must he talk to them?
Everything points to the Dock Workers Union. The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
And these are the men Gart mentioned.
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Speaking of task complete. Oh, the 3 hours doesn't count being asleep. I gotta be conscious during those 3 hours. Oh well. It's only -2 visual calculus. I don't need too much visual calculus during a conversation, I don't think. So many of them, can we call in reinforcements, or is that gonna make it worse? Having more cops and more muscle come into their territory.
That would just escalate tensions.
Yeah, exactly.
No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Or maybe the work we've done for the Union so far will ingratiate ourselves to them.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first.
The power move might work. Power move might work for their machismo, or it could upset them. They didn't pay our dues by speaking to them first.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Well, first things first. First, we have got to give Lena her pin back. Sold
Just a
it
moment.
solely to buy it back for her.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Lena was kicking. Good day, ma'am. Everything alright? Sorry, ma'am. Didn't mean to eavesdrop. I'm gonna make it up to you. Something upbeat to cheer her up. Howdy, how's it kicking? Look, us just being here is upbeat enough. Sorry for the eavesdrop. How's it kicking? How's it kicking?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working.
A faint smile tells you she appreciates the effort, but at the moment her mind is on more serious matters.
The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Well, we were told why the phones don't work. People keep stripping the copper. But we do have a radio. Can we make the call for her?
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night. But they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them.
They're dead. My mental state was right. Bodies are gonna pile up.
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
You hear that? Someone's missing. There could be foul play.
I love missing person cases. Missing persons aren't really my style. Why do I have to play rescue man? Yes, why does everything have to fall on the one person? Let's do it.
That's right. Now skip the foreplay. Time to dive into the dark alleys. Start shaking down the usual suspects. You know, legwork. Doing some good will alleviate the hangover. At least you're of use to someone.
Okay, I'll bite. Has husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
What is this expedition? By chance, is it expedition into the sewers that I follow into that takes me into the storage room back here?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now.
Oh, down the
They
coast.
were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The local nightlife? Just having some fun? Having their own ego-killing vendors?
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
And that's broken till Wednesday, so we can't do anything about that just yet. Who is Gary? Do you trust him?
Sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
Well, the water lock is broken and will be till today's day 2, but I have no idea what day it is. Possibly Tuesday.
Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
Maybe technical problem, missing gear. Is very technical.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
And Madame Empire gut feeling better be correct.
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, let him know you're here. When or if I get there, accept. I have really spent too much time with the side case now. Let's accept it.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Husband's a kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
So he studies weird apes?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
Lena of the agree to disagree type.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
An apology, Kim? That's 1 point further towards apology cop?
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Nah, it's all fake stuff they're busy with.
She's completely
Crazy how that works.
internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Let's worry about the husband. I have the green ape pen. Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids?
There was really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you've studied. Just about a couple of them.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
Only been 20 minutes, we got time. It's only 7 in the morning.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Alright, Kim, I'll bite. I do gotta find so many bottles to make my rent for tonight. Just one cryptid.
He nods and assumes a waiting posture. Ooh, tough choice there.
Biggest cryptid? Tiniest cryptid? The most dangerous cryptid? Isn't that a cryptid of the pen you gave me? The green ape? Invisible cryptids? Tell me about the pen.
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva.
Wow, with its saliva?
Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight.
And would just crawl into bunkers at night, full altruistically and never seen again? And there was something about an undiscovered subspecies of man?
Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus.
I thought you just said this was genus Homo. Undiscovered species, genus Homo. Unless the humans of Disco Elysium are no longer Homo.
Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved
For some
parallel
reason,
to our
Elbow
own,
keeps catching on
just like
something.
your partners.
I knew it, Kim. You're not human. Yes, he is. Kim is the same species as us. To suggest otherwise is stupid.
The lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
So, is this cryptozoology and the pseudoscience merely a gateway to further eugenics and obsolete racial science?
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor like ours does.
I liked you. Just no more talking, Lena.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today.
Okay, I promised one, and Lena is going into some terrible places, so maybe the less Lena talks.
Of course, dear.
Tell us more about Moral then. Looks, character,
Oh,
relationship.
dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
What does a husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
If you're trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
Unless he's put it away for the night, or he's been robbed, or his corpse has been stripped. How long were you married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn.
Oh, that's cute.
Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How'd you meet?
By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
And
I
is it
hope
for
I've
that?
been useful.
Tell me more about this rare insect the husband's looking for. Technically, this is investigation. This is encrypted bonanza.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating, but I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
This is related to the case, Lieutenant. What if we have to track down this insect, to track down the husband? Tell me about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
Could be, if you find the husband among them.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's a missing husband case, Kim. The cryptids merely relate into
It's
it.
not made up, officer. I can assure you.
There's a hint of defensiveness to her retort, but also confidence. She seems to sit up a little straighter in her chair.
It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
What makes you think the famines around here? Is it dangerous? Is it valuable? Is it? But first, why do you think it's around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
Newspaper clippings, all the evidence?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
How does it match the description perfectly, if the thing is still an unverified cryptid? Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
To hunt prey. Prey like a husband of 16 years. Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes. It can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even.
Well, all that aside, what's so special about the stick bug?
Oh, dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
And now free XP, soldier pin, bought it back for only 10 cents more.
I hope you were able to pawn that old trinket.
Bought it back. The same night. It means a lot to you, you should have it. Wait, the accident. Was she one of the boaters back in 31?
Oh, thank you, dear.
That experience.
I confess I am glad to see it again. Very honorable of you, officer.
Even the lieutenant seems happy with this turn of events.
There, see that, Felician? We've done good. So the withdrawal shouldn't be too bad.
Now, what else, sweetie?
That is it. Kitchen's still open? Oh, the kitchen's open this early. Thought it'd be closed, so we could have washed the stink off and not have to wait until, what was it? 1 p.m. and it finally opens up.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Leo said you're friends with Mañana. Mañana, you know Mañana?
The mention of Mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures.
There, he likes us then.
They're friends.
What's in the borscht? Explain to us in words we cannot understand.
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait for you to speak.
I just realized it has his name as Gorasi Kubek.
I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Yes. Or no. To questions I do not understand. Mercury rising and run my fingers through the hair.
Borscht need more vodka?
That would explain how it picks people up. I thought it might have been something more narcotics-like, but if it's just booze,
Okay,
that's not
so
too
it's
dangerous.
vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Vodka borscht! I love it, Bratan! Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself!
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Turn the vodka up? No vodka? Cut it? Oh, they're giving me a choice. Either one is gonna sound terrible, I think, because the guys are used to their vodka supply and their borscht. If I turn it up, that's going to what? Make them more useless and lethargic? Possibly to get overrun by the scabs? Possibly just to lose control of their hold on the city? And completely cutting it, they'll go from a regular dose of their preferred chemical to nothing and go belligerent to the streets. I have no reason to cut the vodka or to add to it. I'm done here.
The cook gives you a long, inspecting look, then shrugs too, and seems to wait for you to speak.
Unless there's something I'm supposed to do for the task of it. I mean, I found out what's in it. The special borscht. Look into it. I have looked into it. I got 9 points of sorry cop now. Oh. So does it not count as officially looking into it until I properly interfere with the borscht?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging. The man said, I'm pretty sure he doesn't know your language.
Okay.
Vodka!
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Okay, so logic is telling me that if I turn it up, this powder keg is going to blow. But simply choosing to shrug and leave it as is isn't satisfactory for ending it. How is cutting it going to be any better than turning it up and feeding into that powder keg? No vodka.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Okay, that's it then. Got what I wanted, got my experience from meddling around. What time is it? It's 4:23 now, which means I'm gonna have like no time to engage in new conversations with new peoples. So as much fun as I'm having here in day 2, I'm going to have to call that there for the night, I'm afraid. And find someone to toss you guys onto host-wise. But I do promise I will return. Game has been loads and loads of fun. And I truly cannot wait to dive more into it. Especially now that I know what consequences we have. So what I'm going to do is I am once again going to toss you guys on to Punchy himself, since it's a rare thing, him streaming these hours. You gotta take these raids in while I can. Playing himself, someone is a neon white, which is almost exactly like Disco Elysium, except for all the ways it's not. So folks, tomorrow we'll do some more. See you then, take care of yourselves, and have fun. See you next time, thanks for hanging.